just showed up in China with 30 Rockefeller employees, the whole, Fortune 500 dancing troupe, on a begging mission. And you can tell it's a fake Trump because if you look at this little video here, you see him sitting next to Marco Rubio, who's 5'9", and the White House says Trump is 6 foot. So there you have it. We've been in touch with the Chinese about this visit, and there's something very, very bizarre going on. Now, first of all, the Chinese told me that Trump and these people were offering Japanese money to invest in China. And just as this happened, this week, Japan's three biggest banks, Mizuho, Mitsubishi, and Sumitomo, have had all their accounts frozen. And I'm a victim. I have $2,000 in a Sumitomo account I can't access, which I'm supposed to use to pay bills, right across the country. That's $3.7 trillion that was stolen. And the official cover story being put out is that they're shutting down for a system revamp using Anthropic AI's Cloud Mythos or something to improve security. But the fact is, they didn't announce it, they didn't warn anybody, and they shut all the bank accounts in the three biggest banks in Japan. And the Chinese are telling me this money is being offered to China. So that's the kind of people we're dealing with. The Chinese told me that while the Americans were there to talk business, the Chinese said that they were telling them that they had to stop all the Israeli attacks in Gaza and in Lebanon, and they had to stop, all these wars, and that's what they wanted to talk about. The other thing is, the Chinese told me, the Asian Secret Society told me that there's no worry about Taiwan because Taiwan and China are already under the control of the same secret society, so they're already reunited, and so it's not an issue. This is what the Chinese told me. But clearly, what we've told the Chinese and what we recommend is that we need to bankrupt the U.S. corporate government. We need to bankrupt the Rockefellers. We need to nationalize those corporations and return them to the American people because all that ownership was used through central bank fraud, money created out of nothing, and it has to end. And it's getting really, really bad. I mean, the CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's. Basically trying to prevent the American people from knowing that it was Israel and that killed President Kennedy and that MK Ultra and other things, and God knows what else. They're trying to cover it up, but it's just not going to happen. And the other thing I found out, I asked my U.S. military contacts in Asia, and they told me that the U.S. military did not accompany the fake trip Trump on his trip to China. So they're trying to pull the plug on him. But what we really need to see is we need to see military police go in and grab that whole fake show in Mar-a-Lago or whatever, arrest them in front of the cameras, and then they need to occupy the corporate media companies and the AI companies and force them to start reporting the truth. And a good place to start is the Hanta virus hoax that they're trying to pull now. Take a look at these clips of the Hanta hoax. So you can see it is just acting, reality TV acting, but there's a very evil purpose behind this. And amazingly, this was told in the X-Files. Take a look at this clip from the X-Files. So these goons, these criminals who seized the U.S. government are using actors to pretend that there's a crisis so that they can install dictatorship. I mean, they are literally fearing for their lives. Children on an industrial scale. This is Chabad. This is the cult that Trump, the fake Trump, belongs to, that has openly said they want to kill 90% of us and enslave the rest. And they are the ones that we need to fight and we need to remove from power. Now, I know the Canadians now and the Europeans have broken with this group, and the Habsburgs and the European royals are now with the Asians and the rest of the world to try to get rid of this horrific regime that controls Israel and the United States. And, well, it's an international crime syndicate. They've got tentacles in Ukraine, Argentina, the United States, and Israel. Now, the Israeli citizens are in revolt. They're not refusing to join the army. That state is collapsing in real time. And the United States, I mean, you know, the insider trading is an example of just how they're giving us the finger. They're saying, we don't care. And Trump himself said, I don't care about the American financial situation. All I care about is Iran not getting nukes, so that I don't go to jail. And we really, really need to have the military white hats come in, send in the military police, and arrest these goons. And as I've said before, the Dragon family is standing by with gold-backed money that they can use to eliminate all U.S. debt, public and private, and start rebuilding the U.S. economy. And we've also promised to turn the U.S. into a normal country that has normal relations with its neighbors, not a country that engages in terrorism and war around the world. In other words, we want to, the whole world says enough is enough. We want to end the rogue Israeli regime and their American colony. We need to arrest all those Epstein people, all, you know, the congressmen and senators who don't work for the United States or the American people. They all need to go to jail. So, you know, it's very frustrating to see this show still going on. But I'm glad to see the military didn't go with Trump to China, and I'm pretty sure the Chinese are not going to finance this horror show any longer. So hopefully it'll end soon. But every one of us needs to do what we can to finish this off, because these people are vicious. And think about it. You know, in recent years, and this is because of all these military-age single men brought in from the third world. And people are literally taking action, direct action now. Take a look at this clip of the Dutch burning a asylum center for these foreign criminals. People are really angry. The leaders who work for the Rockefellers, that includes Friedrich Merz in Germany, is the most unpopular president in German history. Keir Starmer, the most unpopular PM. The fake Trump is not supported by 72% of Americans. Macron, they're all widely hated, and we really, really need to remove them. I'll continue lobbying everybody I know to take action, but we need the military police at this point. Nothing else is going to do it. I mean, when you have the CIA raiding the Office of the Director of National Intelligence against presidential orders, this is a declaration of war, and war means we have to, go in and physically remove these people. They're not going to go quietly into the night, that's for sure. But the whole world is ready to remove them, and it's well overdue. I'm hoping it'll happen soon, and everybody listening to this needs to do what they personally can to make sure this horror show ends, and we can actually have a government for the people of Europe that actually is friendly to the rest of the world and works to make the life of the common people better, which is what the government is supposed to do, and enslave us. So let's make it happen. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today, which you've already partly answered in the beginning of this video. What are your thoughts on Trump visiting China right now? It says, I personally believe the world's two largest superpowers working together could do some really great things for humanity. And I also appreciate how China seems to be relatively uncorrupt in their government compared to adjacent nations. Do you think that the United States and China does have the potential to work together to increase the rate of human expansion?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the official Chinese readouts of the meeting, they're saying, let's work together, let's prosper together, let's work to make the world better. But they're also saying you need to back this up with action and not just words. And I know from my Chinese sources, right up to Xi Jinping, that they insist that they have to stop all the terror and war as a condition. But yeah, I mean, the Chinese look at the United States from a long-term perspective, and this meeting was about the United States, not about the Trump regime. And they've extended a hand of friendship, and I've been told they're willing to write off all the debt. All they're asking for is an end to the antisocial behavior. Next question.
Hi, Ben. So you answered my question last week about your favoring Carney, but I see that this is all based on Trump being another person in the current moment, attacking Iran, licking Netanyahu's feet, etc., and doing the bidding of the cabal. But what if you're wrong about this? Have you noticed that you seem to be the only person who's saying the white hats want a jubilee and all the debt gone, criminals in jail, start of a new slate? I haven't found anybody else saying that but you. The Chinese have their own interests to think about before being the altruistic shining beacon of hope and giving gold to the rest of the world. And they still have their own interests to ensure we would never talk about it, as if they were allowing us to have secret agendas because they hold the gold. What if you are wrong and Trump is actually destroying Iran and Israel on purpose? And what if he's playing the lunatic while he knows exactly why? Otherwise, Israel would not have taken him seriously had he not attacked Iran.
Well, first of all, about the gold and the Jubilee and all that, I have direct sources. For example, I talked to the actual Dragon family, which is the group of Asian royal families. I've flown to meet these people. I've got documents to prove it. And I also talked directly to the Hongmen, who are the 55 million member Asian secret society that includes Xi Jinping. And so I get my information straight from the source. I'm not scouring the internet. That's why if I don't get information that nobody else has, then I'm not doing my job, because I'm a reporter. I'm supposed to get news from the real world, not regurgitate secondhand stuff. So everything I hear is directly from the sources, including the British royals, the Spanish royals, Habsburgs. I talk to all these people. That's where I get my information from. Now, as for Trump deliberately acting to cause chaos, there may be something to that, because it's so way over the top. It's like he's trying to blow it up from the inside, it almost seems. However, British intelligence say that's not the case. They say that he has late whatever. I mean, the whole show has to end, and then the whole world has to see it end. That's for sure. And you can believe me when you see it actually happen. In the meantime, just think of me as a source of information and compare it to other sources and make your own judgment. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Trump started the war with Iran, and now we can't get Middle Eastern oil, and he's also making enemies of Canada now, so I'm concerned we may not get oil from Canada in the future. Our price at the gas pump is way up with what he's doing, and it seems like it'll continue to increase as he continues to do what he's doing. Do you think he actually cares about the people paying such high prices for gas at the pump or commodities in general? Is there much of a chance that our gas prices will go back down, or any chance at all that our commodities such as food go back down at all?
They'll go back down immediately as soon as the terrorist regime using the fake Trump is removed. I mean, what's happening is the American people are being held hostage by these criminals, and the people of the world are trying to liberate the American people from satanic rule. And as soon as that happens, as soon as you march into Mar-a-Lago and arrest all these clowns, and as soon as you remove all the clowns from Congress who are working for Israel, then your gas prices will go down immediately, because the boycott will end. It's up to the American people to overthrow these criminals who seized your government. And as far as Mark Carney is concerned, I just, listened to him come back from the meeting in Europe with all the European countries except the United States, where he said we're going to persecute war criminals, and that I support. The rest, what he's doing to Canada, I'm not involved with that. I'm just looking at the fact that he's trying to get the world to prosecute these war criminals, and that part of what he says is what I support. The rest, I don't. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you perceive the real Trump, as we call him, to be an intelligent individual? What were your thoughts on him before his presidency? I liked the real Trump. that I thought was the real Trump during during his days in office. I don't like exactly how he says the things that he does, but I do like that he says them in his own way. But to me, his lack of diverse vocabulary during public speeches makes me a little bit embarrassed for our country. Doesn't seem to be a very articulate man. What are your thoughts?
Well, the real Trump, who disappeared in June of 2025, was someone I supported and respected. And he wasn't trying to start a war with Iran, and that's why he was removed. Because the Chabad cult wanted to start their Armageddon. And so, you have to realize that there are different groups with completely different agendas, each having their own Trump. And unfortunately, the White Hats lost their Trump. I've been told by my U.S. Space Force contact they're going to try to bring them back. Maybe they'll find them, or maybe they'll bring in a new avatar. But whatever, as long as the policies, change and the lunacy ends, then great. But at this point, I think we should move on from the Trump avatar and try to get real leadership. Again, we need an American-style Vladimir Putin to really drain the swamp, and I don't know who that would be, but we're hoping someone like Representative Massey will step in and do what needs to be done. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. There's so much going on right now in the geopolitical scene. Where do you see this realistically heading? I'm all for sunshine and rainbows, but at this point, I don't think that's the way that it's going. I believe that we are building up to a climax here, possibly a biblical one. And if the devil and his demons exist, then so must God and his angels. I think that we may just be born in the era towards the end of that biblical timeline. What are your thoughts?
Well, certainly the United States is headed for collapse, a Soviet Union-style collapse, and that's going to cause hardship at first until, new leadership steps in and starts cleaning things up. And there's also an argument to be made that, something fundamental is happening with monotheism, and that their whole several thousand year plan to put the entire planet under the dictatorship of a single individual is collapsing, and instead we're going to have a global village and not a single God King as the end. So in that case, the long-term goal of monotheism has failed, and humanity is going to head for a multipolar, friendly village-type model instead of a single Roman-style God King or Pharaoh-type model of leadership. So in that sense, you can say it's biblical and that monotheism may be coming to
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, evidently between 2009 and 2018 China, Russia and America worked together to build a city that doesn't exist on any map, that is electronically, thermally invisible and electromagnetically silent. Presently 2 million people live in Western China in skyscrapers with transit systems, detectable by Western surveillance, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. It has free energy, no financial system based on debt, no surveillance grid and no pharmaceutical dependency. The city operates on technology that doesn't exist in any public market, magnetic levitation transit with no visible track, buildings with no external power connections, self-sustaining through an energy source that produces no emissions and requires no fuel delivery. It has communication systems that emit no detectable radio frequency. Why? Because when the old world collapses, financial system resets and DBS activates, the transition was expected to create temporary chaos. At that point we need to understand how our new world operates, have every problem worked out before 8 billion people make the switch. We are almost there. The privately owned by Satan-worshipping cabal deep state bankers IRS is gone and their Federal Reserve has been absorbed into the people-owned U.S. Treasury. The once fiat dollar is backed by gold. Big Pharma is being held accountable with massive legal consequences. The oil monopoly is being dismantled. The healthcare system will actually heal using light and sound frequencies, not pills. Constitutional common law is returning to America. A form of that constitutional common law will be set up in all nations participating in the global currency reset. No nation could be at war if they wanted to be part of the new gold/asset-backed global financial system. The Chinese Communist Party has officially collapsed. America and peoples of the world were becoming sovereign, free and governed by we the people. The Great Awakening is here. This was not the New World Order that the Satan-worshipping Illuminati deep state cabal had long planned. Deep State King Charles, perhaps clone Charles, recently announced digital ID, a money system of the mark of the beast backed by gold, but the deep state keeps the gold in a total enslavement of the people. EBS tonight, bye-bye deep state, good riddance. Government digital ID is the final chain in their dystopian master plan. Total surveillance, social credit scoring, and locking you out of society if you dare question the narrative. You only represent a barcode with movements tracked, thoughts flagged, the globalist system that wants you owning nothing in their digital prison where they have control over your ability to buy food, travel and even breath. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood-style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. The Obama administration used a powerful CIA/NSA surveillance program originally built in 2003 to hunt terrorists overseas, but then used it to spy on American citizens, and later expanded the software to alter election outcomes. Just weeks after Obama took office in 2009, the program called the Hammer, HAMR, was illegally shifted to a secret CIA facility in Fort Washington, Maryland, and turned against American citizens for domestic spying, violating the Constitution. Obama, Joe Biden, John Brennan, and James Clapper were directly involved in the illegal operation. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Tesla Free Energy, capturing the magnetic forces of the Earth, discovered in the early 1900s by Nikola Tesla and secret reverse-engineered alien technology have been suppressed by the deep state to raise energy prices and keep the people dependent on them for a man-made scarcity of oil and natural gas. Twos. May 19, 2026. Elon Musk just had AI lawsuit dismissed over a technicality. Musk warned the world that Altman and crew are turning OpenAI into a closed, profit-driven, woke-controlled machine, and now the courts let them skate on a paperwork timing issue. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, C2s. May 19, 2026. The storm is upon U.S. patriots, martial law on Telegram. Within the next 48 hours the 7 trumpets will sound on every phone, tablet, and device on Earth. Temporary martial law is now live, white hats in full control. 10 days of communication darkness incoming. Internet down. Banks offline. But fear not, military Starlink apps already deployed for secure emergency contact. Over 50,000 deep state traitors already loaded into convoys headed straight to Gitmo's new expansion wings. On twos. May 19, 2026. White Hat sources under President Trump released the updated MedBeds global activation schedule accelerating beyond all expectations. On twos. May 19, 2026. 48-hour blackout allows safe Jazara deployment and MedBed integration with gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Patriots stock essentials as banks transition to QFS. Fiat dies. Starlink secures all. At 4:17 UTC. Military tracking channels detected the first escorted convoy entering a secured corridor east of the Strait of Hormuz. The cargo vessels carried classified bullion reserves that overnight had been approved for movement between U.S. Central Command and Allied regional forces. In a blackout, the convoy advanced nearly 90 nautical miles through the silent corridor, while multiple banks across Europe and Asia received compliance alerts, with liquidity set to begin once the reserves officially reached U.S. control. Twos. May 26, 2026, Trump Epic Independence event unveils QFS and full MedBed integration. Tribunals begin for suppressors. Great Awakening completes in glory. The final sequence activates, 48-hour blackout countdown to Thursday 28th of May. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, Starlink remote sessions heal the world. GCR Wealth funds projects for generations. Nothing can stop what is coming. On Thursday, May 28, 2026, final darkness lifts with victory celebrations. MedBeds symbolize the Great Awakening. Trust the plan, God wins. WWG1 as humanity enters the Golden Age. Monday 1st of June or Wednesday June 3, 2026, EBS override ready. Stay-home order incoming. Sunday, July 19, 2026, the same day as the FIFA World Cup final, Michael Jackson will return, but been in the Victim Witness Protection Program. Global Currency Reset, E2s. May 19, 2026. Bruce, the big call, ZIM holders will likely be the only ones in the currency exchanges who will have to sign an NDA. It could be anywhere from 30-day to 120-day NDA. At your exchange you have to show proof of where you live, a photo ID and organized currency. Official emails to set your exchange appointments have not yet gone out. 17,500 emails went out to people about redemption centers, exchanges etc. and was bogus. They have arrested the person who sent them out. On Wednesday afternoon, May 20, 2026, we will have new rates on redemption center screens. Exchanges for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, will begin Thursday and Friday 20, 21, 22nd of May 2026. ZIM holders are sovereigns and will be notified first and will be able to redeem first. It is possible for ZIM holders to receive their notifications to exchange by Wednesday, May 20, 2026. Call centers are AI and will give you the number to call to talk to a person at a redemption center to obtain your appointment. Physical and financial freedom came to Iran today, 19th of May. The Iranian rial is trading on the Forex. G2s. May 19, 2026 update. Phase 2 active/gold convoy/QFS transition. The ships have started moving, Mr. Poole on Telegram. At 4:17 UTC, military tracking channels detected the first escorted convoy entering the secured corridor east of the Strait of Hormuz. No mainstream outlet reported it. But satellite watchers noticed something unusual immediately. Every commercial vessel in the convoy was surrounded by layered naval protection unlike anything seen in civilian shipping operations before. Destroyers ahead. Submarines below. Air surveillance above. This is no ordinary transport mission. Sources connected to Gulf port authorities claim the cargo vessels carrying the classified bullion reserves were finally cleared for movement after an emergency security protocol was approved overnight between U.S. Central Command and Allied regional forces. Then came the blackout. For exactly 11 minutes, multiple maritime tracking systems experienced synchronized signal interruptions across the Hormuz region. Public vessel data disappeared. Radar feeds froze. Independent observers lost visual positioning. When the systems returned online, the convoy had advanced nearly 90 nautical miles. Military analysts are calling it the silent corridor. The gold reserves aboard those ships were linked to the activation phase of a parallel settlement infrastructure designed to bypass the collapsing debt-based global banking system. Now the bigger question begins: why would the United States deploy this level of protection for civilian cargo unless the shipment itself was tied to something far beyond oil? This is where the story changes completely. Insiders now claim the gold reserves aboard those ships are linked to the activation phase of a parallel settlement infrastructure designed to bypass the collapsing debt-based global banking system. Not future plans. Not theory. Activation phase. Multiple banking insiders across Europe and Asia have reportedly received restricted compliance alerts connected to liquidity restructuring protocols set to begin once the reserves officially reach U.S. control. Meanwhile, unusual activity is exploding across financial networks. Emergency meetings between central banks, sudden liquidity freezes in smaller institutions, quiet transfer delays appearing across international wires. High volume movement into physical assets and commodities. None of this is random. The old system is under pressure. The transition phase has already started. And while the public is distracted with headlines about oil and regional conflict, something much bigger is happening underneath the surface. The deep state used these samples to build weapons meant to wipe out Russian and Chinese civilizations. This conflict is about national security, not just territory. Tier 4B ISO 20022. J2s. May 19, 2026 update on Israeli crimes. Mazen Kumsieh. The Israeli crimes against humanity continue. Since declaring ceasefire in Lebanon and the Gaza ghetto/concentration camp, over 1,500 civilians were murdered by the Israeli apartheid regime. The regime's navy also just pirated 22 additional ships, total 41 ships, 10 still sailing, in international waters. Total peace activists kidnapped 337 c. The Western Zionist-dominated media and governments are silent on these continuing crimes against humanity and on political dramatic changes that will impact cost of living in their pockets. Even our own Palestinian supposed leaders and media say and do very little if not outright shield people from facts. The same Western governments that supported genocide pressured the Palestinian Authority to have elections, but on Israeli terms. You will not be allowed to run for elections if you support full equality, or a secular democratic state. Only if you support the Oslo surrender agreements and perhaps a fictional two-state, which Israel does not accept, will you be allowed to run. These same governments also formally say they are against corruption but know clearly that corruption runs deep in their own circle, in the apartheid system, and in the existing Palestinian leadership and body politics. I have been compiling a book on the subject to be published after I am gone. Yet, what is remarkable is the proliferation of good people willing to act on their conviction. From the Samud flotilla to hundreds of millions of people of good faith who took to the streets to commemorate the ongoing Nakba, Palestine will live. In other good news, the ICC prosecutor seeks warrants for Ben-Gvir, Smotrich and other Israeli officials. Israeli military outposts in Iraqi desert exposed. Chinese and Russian and other BRICS leaders have already built a new world order to replace the horrific order led by U.S. imperialism, itself led by the Zionist lobbies. Mazen Kumsieh, a Bedouin in cyberspace, a villager at home. Professor, founder, and volunteer, Director Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. K2s. May 19, 2026, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, were the nations Trump visited May 13 to 16, 2025, and he was treated like a king, Karen Levitt on Telegram. A month later, June 21 to 22, 2025, Trump unleashed Midnight Hammer on Iran. Now Trump says these nations are helping to finalize the deal. Decisions have already been made behind closed doors. The Middle East, and most of the Muslim world, all sided with Trump, and agreed the radical Shia regime in Iran had to go, and under no circumstances can they obtain a nuclear weapon. Trump had the entire board secure before any kinetic operations began. The rest of the world turned on the illegitimate regime in Iran, and our military is the only force on earth capable of doing what needed to be done. I'll save the children twos. May 19, 2026, breaking FBI alert. Operation Restore Justice and Operation Grey Skull unleash massive nationwide war against child predators. You harm our children, we will hunt you down twos. M2s. May 19, 2026. Holy crap. Representative Tim Burchett just dropped straight fire. They sell kids to get our ped. People say, you don't want to hang these people. The hell I don't. Bring them out to the farm, and we'll take care of them. I am not kidding you. The final red pill on Telegram. We've got to start taking this stuff serious in this country, folks. The way the left and I guess we all are guilty of it. We try to sanitize it so it doesn't affect our psyche or our conscience, but the stuff's going on right now. It's going on in your community. We need to pay attention and we need to start enforcing our dadgum laws and quit electing these gutless wimps and putting these judges in that let these people walk and quit with all the being able to get out of these things and they get probation and all this other stuff. All they're going to do is offend again. And the people that are buying these kids to RP are just as guilty or worse than the others. End them all. That's what we've got to do. What we think we know as of Wednesday, May 20, 2026: 2s. May 19, 2026. Fox News on fraudulent elections. Dominion voting systems was rejected 3x by data communications experts from the Texas Secretary of State and Attorney General's office for failing to meet basic security standards. Ask yourself why some states would still use Dominion after other states rejected it and clearly pointed out its security flaws and backdoors. Add the fact that Dominion is connected to Soros, China, Serbia, Venezuela, and the Clinton Foundation, and you have a recipe for fraud. 2s. May 19, 2026. GMO ticks and mosquitoes have been caught on video raining down from the sky across the United States. Government whistleblowers, top scientists and others are now documenting the fact that this is part of a larger, Bill Gates-backed human engineering program. Bottom line, this constitutes a violation of medical informed consent under the Nuremberg Code and is punishable by death. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026. We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. Allied Security Dominion Audit, The Schiff on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026, bombshell, Ron DeSantis declares war on rich snowbirds, Airbnb empires and foreign luxury buyers. Property tax relief is for Floridians, May 19, 2026. 2s. May 19, 2026, breaking special report, Trump's real China victory is triggering global panic, Xi opens the secret garden, Putin stands next, Carney's empire collapses, and London is screaming. 2s. May 19, 2026, breaking intel drop, Trump moves to pardon Edward Snowden, the whistleblower who exposed the deep state may finally come home. 2s. May 19, 2026, 1942 NWO map exposed, the map shows Greenland, Mexico, and Canada as part of the United States of America. 2s. May 19, 2026 breaking, Julian Assange just dropped the ultimate bomb, Trump's UFO files are only the beginning, Julian Assange on Telegram. Shocking truth exposed, while Trump orders the Pentagon to release alien files that look suspiciously edited. WikiLeaks has the real unredacted documents that prove the government has been hiding extraterrestrial contact for decades. What Assange knows will destroy everything you thought about 2026 politics, the real reason behind the skyrocketing gas prices and inflation. Not just energy issues, it's tied to secret reverse-engineered alien tech being suppressed by the deep state to keep you broke and dependent. Trump's transparency on UFOs. A controlled distraction while the elite panic over what WikiLeaks is about to leak next, full communications with non-human intelligence that could flip the midterms upside down. Hidden pacts, crashed crafts, and cover-ups involving both parties that make the old Epstein lists look like child's play. Julian Assange didn't risk everything just to hand you redacted photos. He has the receipts. The names. The alien agenda that's been running Washington for 70-plus years. P2s. May 19, 2026 Rothschild. 2 weeks ago, French financial police entered the Paris offices of Edmond de Rothschild Bank. They carried out a full search. Servers seized. Files removed. Staff questioned. The reason, Jeffrey Epstein, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The Epstein files released by the DOJ contain 67,000 mentions of Paris. A $3 million apartment on Avenue Foch. A network of accounts. Wire transfers to names that were never supposed to surface. Ariane de Rothschild, chairwoman of the bank, is now directly linked to $25 million in transactions flagged by investigators. The Wall Street Journal ran the headline last month, "The Rothschild Dynasty Survived Wars and Crises. Will the Epstein Files Tear IT Apart?" That's not a conspiracy blog. That's the Wall Street Journal. France and Norway launched a joint investigation. A UN diplomat has been named. 10 new victims came forward in the last 2 weeks alone. This family has controlled European banking for over 200 years. They financed wars. They owned central banks. They moved governments like chess pieces. They were untouchable. They survived Napoleon. They survived 2 world wars. They survived every revolution in Europe for 2 centuries. They will not survive this. The files are out. The servers are seized. The victims are talking. And this is only France. Wait until you see what's in the London files. Q2s. May 19, 2026 China just revealed a city that doesn't exist on any map. Population, 2 million, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Satellite imagery from May 1 shows a fully operational metropolis in western China, 140 kilometers from the nearest known settlement. Skyscrapers. Transit systems, all functional. All populated. It doesn't appear on any map. China didn't build it alone. The architectural signatures match designs found in Russian classified patents and American DoD research from the 1990s. 3 nations. 1 project. Hidden in plain sight in a desert that satellites were programmed to show as empty. Why? Because when the old world collapses, when the financial system resets, when the EBS activates, when the transition creates temporary chaos, someone needs to already be living in the new world. Testing it. Proving it works. Working out every problem before 8 billion people make the switch. Project isn't a Chinese military base. It's a prototype. A functioning model of post-reset civilization. Free energy. No financial system based on debt. No surveillance grid. No pharmaceutical dependency. Intelligence sources confirm it was built between 2009 and 2018. 9 years of construction. 2 million residents relocated. An entire civilization assembled in secret while the world watched China build islands in the South China Sea as a distraction. The city operates on technology that doesn't exist in any public market. Magnetic levitation transit with no visible track. Buildings with no external power connections, self-sustaining through an energy source that produces no emissions and requires no fuel delivery. Communication systems that emit no detectable radio frequency. A city that is electronically invisible. Thermally invisible. Electromagnetically silent. 2 million people living in a place that produces no signal detectable by Western surveillance. The 4-second broadcast wasn't an accident. It was a signal. To the people watching. To the alliance. To the world. The new world isn't being planned. It's already built. It's already populated. It's already working. You're not waiting for the future. The future has been running for 8 years. You just weren't invited yet. That invitation is coming. Code, mandate heaven/ghost city, 2M population/prototype live. R2s. May 19, 2026 Fox News. Holy crap. The White House Fraud Task Force just found that 400 businesses receiving billions in federal grants may be fraudulent, because the Democrats turned off fraud protections. The firms didn't even file an address. And they got $6B+. We found that 400 businesses with contracts worth $6 billion, originally allocated by the Biden administration, didn't even file physical addresses at their businesses. That's a statutory requirement. You're not supposed to be able to get any money from the United States government unless you put down a physical mailing address, and they just didn't do it. Andrew Ferguson, WH Anti-Fraud Task Force Vice Chair, we demand a refund and prosecutions of the politicians who allowed it. Voter fraud. Monday, May 18, 2026, we are going to find out that President Trump actually won many of the states he lost in 2020, Once ballots in the 2020 election are counted that remain uncertifiable, it should show that Trump won Arizona, Georgia, Penn, Wisconsin, Mississippi, and Nevada, and likely a lot more. This massive bluff was foisted onto the country for 6+ years, including the 4 years Biden was in the White House, was because a coordinated hidden shadow election network spanning several states entered into a criminal conspiracy to pretend they had legally certified millions of ballots that were uncertifiable according to state and federal election laws. The storm is here on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026, holy crap. Californian election fraudster pleads guilty in Skid Row signature scheme. A California woman exposed in an investigation tied to ballot petition fraud has pleaded guilty after allegedly collecting voter registrations and signatures from homeless individuals in Skid Row using false addresses and incentives such as cash, cigarettes, and phone cards. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon said the conduct highlights how easily voter rolls can be manipulated under California law, noting that individuals registered with fake addresses could still receive ballots for state and federal elections. The scheme reportedly involved using stacks of registration forms and directing individuals to sign petitions under improper conditions, raising concerns about election integrity and enforcement gaps. A state of power on Telegram. 2s. May 19, 2026 Voter fraud. Michigan, all the adjudication logs in the Michigan 2020 election were missing, because of a massive 68.05% error rate in Antrim County's tabulation logs, versus the federal maximum allowed of 0.0008%. They literally just made as many ballots as they needed to steal the 2020 election from Trump and then deleted the adjudication logs, security logs, and event logs, and zeroed out results to prove the votes. In Central Lake Township alone, 81.96% of ballots, 1,222 out of 1,491, were rejected and sent for adjudication. He even tried to warn the government before the 2020 election and CISA ignored him. The Schiff on Telegram. T2s. May 19, 2026 The Obama administration used a powerful CIA/NSA surveillance program originally built in 2003 to hunt terrorists overseas, but then used it to spy on American citizens, and later expanded the software to alter election outcomes. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Just weeks after Obama took office in 2009, the program called the Hammer, HAMR, was illegally shifted to a secret CIA facility in Fort Washington, Maryland, and turned against American citizens for domestic spying, violating the Constitution. Obama, Joe Biden, John Brennan, and James Clapper were directly involved in the illegal operation. Scorecard software was later added, which is a vote manipulation tool installed on the Hammer system to intercept election data and flip 3% of votes in real time during transmission from voting machines/tabulators. Just another form of election manipulation on top of many others. The system was deployed in the 2012 election and Democratic primaries, and possibly in the 2016 and 2020 election as well. The most interesting part is that electronic vote manipulation goes back to the early 2000s. In October 2000, while working as a computer programmer at Yang Enterprises in Oviedo, Florida, computer programmer Clinton Eugene Curtis was directly approached by Tom Feeney, then Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives and the company's lobbyist, along with the company's corporate attorney, to create a prototype program capable of rigging elections. The software was designed to secretly flip votes 51 to 49 in favor of any chosen candidate or race without being noticed by election officials. Curtis states the program would be completely undetectable by county boards of elections unless someone examined the actual source code or had a verifiable paper trail/receipt to compare against the electronic totals. When Curtis initially provided a report on how to detect and prevent such fraud, including mandatory paper trails and source code reviews, the company owner, Mrs. Yang, rejected it and instructed him to hide the fraud in the source code instead. She reportedly told him it was needed to control the vote in South Florida. Curtis confirms he wrote the prototype as requested but left the company shortly afterward. He testified that such vote rigging software is simple to create, hundreds of lines of code at most, and could be inserted into central tabulators or voting systems. During his court testimony on this very program and the fraud in Ohio's 2004 election, based on significant discrepancies between exit polling data and official results in the 2004 Ohio presidential election, plus the known availability of rigging software and lack of protective measures, Curtis stated under oath that the 2004 Ohio election was likely hacked as well. This was just the early days of election rigging software and programs. Obama and his administration continued with their own endeavors as technology progressed, especially with Smartmatic and the use of wireless internet and remote access from anywhere in the world. This has been going on long enough. It's time to end any and all of these election rigging practices and programs and bring back real election integrity. If we don't fix our elections, we will lose this country, and it all starts with holding these people accountable. U2s. May 19, 2026. It took 50 years to expose the Kennedy assassination, but the truth is finally out. The Warren Commission lied. The government covered it up. EBS Live on Telegram. JFK's assassination was not the act of a lone gunman, it was a full-blown military intelligence coup. Screw you, LBJ. I always smelled a rat, and you were the big one. Declassified documents released January 30, 2025, expose what many of us have long suspected. JFK was murdered by the very system he tried to dismantle. He challenged the Federal Reserve, the CIA, and the shadow elite. He signed Executive Order 11,110 to return to sound money. Within months, cover-ups, and silencing of truth. The files reveal CIA death squads, Operation Execute, a JFK hit memo from the Federal Reserve, and names like E. Howard Hunt, David Atlee Phillips, and even George H.W. Bush linked to that dark day in Dallas. Even more chilling, JFK knew they were coming for him. A newly surfaced audio tape confirms it. They'll come for me soon. But if I fall, let history know I tried to warn them. Remind you of anyone. The parallels to President Donald J. Trump are right in front of us. Two men, decades apart, both targeted by the same deep state machine. Both tried to return power to the people. Both exposed the lies of the industrial and financial slavery system. And both paid, or are paying, the price for defying the system. JFK's death was the day America lost its innocence. But January 30, 2025, was the day the veil was finally lifted. History isn't just repeating, it's screaming at us. The question is, are we listening now? The Lloyd Brunson Supreme Court case has become one of the most talked about constitutional challenges in America First and pro-Constitution circles. The lawsuit centers around the certification of the 2020 presidential election and the actions of hundreds of elected officials who allegedly failed to uphold their oath to defend the Constitution. What makes the Brunson case extraordinary is not only its political implications, but the path it took to reach the nation's highest court. The Brunson brothers pursued the case pro se, meaning without attorneys, navigating one of the most complex legal systems in the world largely on their own. According to Brunson, the case initially faced major resistance inside the federal court system, including repeated procedural obstacles and attempts to block filings. In response, the Brunsons launched legal action against the Federal Court of Utah and the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals themselves, forcing the issue further into the legal spotlight. The case ultimately reached the Supreme Court through Rule 11, a rare constitutional mechanism allowing the court to bypass standard appellate procedures when a matter is considered to carry exceptional national importance. Brunson believes this may be one of the only personal damage claims against government officials ever brought to SCOTUS through Rule 11 in American history. The case names 387 defendants including Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mike Pence and hundreds of members of Congress. According to Brunson, approximately 145 members of Congress, led by Senator Ted Cruz, requested a 10-day delay to investigate allegations of election irregularities before the electoral vote certification proceeded. The lawsuit argues that refusing to investigate those concerns before certifying the election represented a violation of the constitutional oath of office sworn by federal officials. For Brunson and his supporters, this is not merely a political disagreement. It is a constitutional crisis. This case represents far more than one election cycle. It represents a battle over constitutional accountability, government power, election integrity and whether public officials remain bound by the Constitution itself. Lloyd Brunson's fight has become part legal battle, part constitutional movement, and part cultural awakening for Americans demanding greater transparency from their government. For Brunson and his supporters, the mission is simple: restore accountability, restore constitutional order, restore the promise that no public official stands above the law. And in today's America, that message is resonating with millions of people who believe the country is standing at a historic crossroads. Bombshell Special Report: a different battle has begun. Lloyd Brunson's explosive constitutional showdown could rock Washington and expose 387 members of Congress. Judy Note: if the Supreme Court rules in favor of Brunson, it automatically dissolves the entire U.S. administration and all of Congress, both on the state and federal levels, leaving nothing but martial law to rule until new and fair elections can be held. This demand by citizens for more transparency was made even more important in the present CIA mind control program that has been seeping U.S. taxpayer dollars in a CIA black budget accountable to no one but the cabal since the end of World War II, taxpayer monies used to mind control the people. Project Artichoke formed the initial blueprint for these civilian-targeted operations. The program later became known as MKUltra. As of Monday, May 18, 2026, 85% of the CIA MKUltra mind control programming files had been destroyed by the CIA. The 15% that weren't destroyed were supposed to be released per an executive order by Trump. But last week the CIA took those files back from the Department of Justice. If this 15% was so bad that they defied a POTUS order, imagine how bad the other 85% was. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, May 18, 2026, Pakistan has deployed 8,000 troops to Saudi Arabia, JF-17 jets, drones, and an HQ-9 air defense system during the Iran war, Reuters. Monday, May 18, 2026, breaking special report: Zelensky's press secretary explodes the narrative, cocaine claims, secret peace talks, dictatorship allegations, and the war machine that refuses to stop. Monday, May 18, 2026, President Trump has called off tomorrow's planned attack on Iran at the request of the leaders of United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, who believe a deal can be negotiated. He has also instructed the Department of War to be ready for the next round of strikes if a deal is not reached. QAnon evidence on Telegram. Trump has demanded immediate peace negotiations to end the Ukraine-Russia war. In reality, it's a declaration of war on the deep state. Secret talks between Ukrainian generals and Russia hint at a peace deal already made that bypasses NATO entirely. While Zelensky is a puppet of the deep state's push for continuous wars, Russia's position has always been clear: recognition of annexed territories, Ukraine's neutrality, and the dismantling of U.S.-funded bioweapon labs exposed earlier this year. This conflict was a proxy war crafted by globalists, using Zelensky as a puppet and Putin as a scapegoat to advance their deep state agenda: economic collapse through inflation, energy crises and food shortages. Digital IDs and biometric tracking systems secure their control over the population. The staggering death toll of war is no accident, while leading to destabilization, depopulation, and total control, a cornerstone of the elite's plan to reset the world. The longer it continued, the more chaos they unleashed. What we thought we knew. but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. President Trump declared Sunday, May 17, 2026, the nation's 250th birthday, a national day of prayer to rededicate America as one nation under God. As of that same Sunday, May 17, 2026, the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve of 1913 was dead, as was the IRS. With Powell out, Washington and the U.S. Treasury taking control of U.S. taxpayer dollars, the markets were bracing for a world economic reset: 0% income tax, 0% property tax, 0% gains tax, through the global currency reset to gold/asset-backed currency, which was being released right now. U.S. taxpayer monies will be collected and dispersed under the states and new gold-backed U.S. Treasury via tax on buying new items only, none on medicine, groceries or housing. Australian mechanical engineer, John Christie, and his electrician friend, Lou Britz, worked hard through the 90s to come up with their own version of the magnetic generator. In 2001, they launched it to the public as the LouTech 1000, a device capable of generating 24 kilowatts of electricity, enough to power a few houses. Monday, May 18, 2026, Fox News. The DOJ has just obtained evidence that the 2020 election was rigged against Trump, and investigations were ongoing. See possible timing on Monday, May 18, 2026, Zim redemptions and Jazara funds available. On Tuesday, May 19, 2026, full quantum financial system goes live, locking down corruption forever. Debt jubilees frees humanity. On Wednesday, May 20, 2026, Trump declares republic restored. Global arrests of elites and pedophiles intensify under martial law as the new era of freedom and health dawns. On Friday, May 22, 2026, the gold/asset-backed currencies of 209 nations in the quantum financial system rebirths from the old fiat global financial system. Trump unveils plans for total independence from globalists. Tuesday, May 26, 2026, the final sequence activates, 48-hour blackout countdown to Thursday, 28th of May. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, Monday, May 18, 2026, 72 hours, 24 hours equals now. The final countdown has begun. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram, Starlink has executed total control of global communication satellites. All deep state backdoors have been severed. The EBS primary signal is live and locked, awaiting a final white hat go code. Last night's raids were historic. Multiple high-value targets extraction complete. Certain names you've heard for decades are no longer walking free. Their assets are frozen. Their networks are dead. The quantum financial system is now the only operational financial system on the planet. Legacy banks are ghosts, empty shells with no power. Humanitarian and redemption funds were moving through secured military channels as we speak. The 10 days of darkness has officially started. This is the controlled silence before the greatest truth reveal in history. Every communication device on the planet will go dark. Every screen will show one thing when it returns. What will happen when a blackout will trigger the biggest unprecedented event, the global martial law, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram? 1. The military will declare a global martial law. 2. They'll make sure people get food. 3. Planes and trains will be grounded to cut off the cabal's reach. 4. Power will briefly flicker as the world shifts to Tesla-free energy. 5. Military tribunals and confessions will be broadcast for 10 sessions, 8 hours each. 6. Then the internet will shut down for 10 days of communication blackout. Monday, May 18, 2026, shutdown masks the final transfer, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. While the public thinks the government is on hold, high-security operations are moving at full speed. Unmarked convoys leaving federal complexes at night, carrying sealed containers and classified files to underground military facilities. Treasury insiders report massive data migrations from legacy bank servers into QFS nodes. Accounts being reconciled and hidden assets tagged for public release under Nizara/Jazara. IRS central databases offline. Teams inside buildings cataloging evidence of tax fraud, black budgets and secret slush funds. Every dollar will be tracked and exposed. In several states, federal courtrooms dark but not empty. Night sessions held under military oversight. Sealed indictments being unsealed and resealed ahead of mass disclosure. QFS test payments already hitting foreign partner banks under shutdown cover. This is not a drill, the transition has begun quietly. The shutdown is the curtain. Behind it, the old system is being gutted and the new one is already humming. What the world will see next will break the illusion forever. Global currency reset. The QFS went live on May 8 in 209 countries. Each sovereign citizen is issued a quantum wallet that is preloaded with their birthright value, which is derived from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions and the interest stolen from you since 1971, Mr. Pool on Telegram. On Friday, May 15, 2026, Tier 4B notifications started at redemption centers established in 12 states. Monday, May 18, 2026, ZIM redemptions and Jazara funds available. Behind the scenes, a parallel global financial system is believed to be operating, fully aligned with ISO 20022, synchronizing in real time with the legacy framework. Every transaction mirrored. Every asset reconciled. Every inconsistency corrected. If a new financial world is already being recorded on a compliant, structured ledger, then Tier 4B was never waiting to start. It has been building quietly, long before public access was allowed. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Tuesday, May 19, 2026, full quantum financial system goes live, locking down corruption forever. Debt jubilees frees humanity. The 800 numbers to set exchange and redemption appointments were waiting for one sign: Trump walking into Fort Knox on camera and opening the 20-ton door. When he opens it, the EBS fires, locking the QFS. When the QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are liberated. Unlawful interest on loans, credit cards, $100,000 $450,000 to the average American, was being encoded into your QFS ledger as we speak. Friday, May 22, 2026, the audit is complete. Results are classified. What they discovered changes everything, Mr. Pool on Telegram. On Monday, May 18, 2026, Trump sat with Cheryl Atkinson and said, "I want to go to Fort Knox. I want to see if there's gold in there." Then he said, "They steal a lot." He wasn't guessing. He was telling you that. 147.3 ounces, that is what is supposed to be there. Real value at $4,700 an ounce, $692 billion. But the audit team that came in on March 14 under Executive Order 14,271 found more. Nowhere on any ledger. Gold repatriated from the Vatican Bank. From the Bank of England. Basel. Ref. Knox Audit 2026-0314 Sigma. This is the gold that backs your new currency. The QFS went live on May 8 in 209 countries. Each sovereign citizen is issued a quantum wallet that is preloaded with their birthright value, which is derived from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions and the interest stolen from you since 1971. Running. Article 21 of Jazara, Debt Nullification. The algorithm is computing every mortgage, every student loan, every credit card charge with unlawful compound interest. $100,000 $450,000 to the average American. That number is being encoded into your QFS ledger as we speak. Trump said, "I want to see the gold," because he wants you to ask why. The answer: the gold is there, and $43 trillion more, and it is yours. Tier 4B notifications started 72 hours ago at redemption centers established in 12 states. Stacked 800 numbers were waiting for one sign: Trump walking into Fort Knox on camera and opening the 20-ton door. When he opens it, the EBS fires. The EBS fires, locking the QFS. When the QFS locks your debt disappears. When your debt is gone, you are liberated. They kept you a slave for 53 years. Every dollar you owed was a lie. Every interest payment was theft. The guy who said they steal a lot is about to prove it live on television. Trump stood before the United Nations on September 23 and said what no president has ever said: any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. His administration has now rescued more than 60,000 of those children. Reunited 30,000 with their families. Mothers opening doors with tears in their eyes, seeing sons and daughters they thought they'd never see again. 60,000 found. 30,000 home. Where are the other 240,000? And Monday, May 18, 2026, CNBC, $2 billion Sinaloa cartel trucking empire crushed, 273 arrests, 52 tons of meth and 250 trucks seized in nationwide dawn raid. In a stunning early morning blitz across 12 states, federal agents dismantled Southwest Logistics, a trusted trucking giant used by Walmart and Costco, exposing how the Sinaloa cartel had hijacked America's supply chains for years. Agents intercepted 250 trucks equipped with hidden compartments, seizing 52 tons of methamphetamine cleverly concealed beneath produce crates and inside trailer walls. The operation arrested 273 suspects, including executives, mechanics, and complicit drivers across cross-country drug pipeline. What looked like normal American logistics was actually a sophisticated cartel operation that moved tons of poison nationwide while maintaining a flawless public safety record as cover. They weaponized everyday trucking to flood the country with meth. Federal agents just took the highways back. 273 arrests. 52 tons of meth off the roads. A $2 billion criminal empire shattered. The largest cartel infiltration of U.S. logistics ever uncovered is now in ruins. The road of death just got shut down, hard. Oh, Monday, May 18, 2026. Wells Fargo is turning the air you breathe into a nanobot surveillance prison to own your body and money. Patented smart dust will make every breath a biometric payment slave scan. US 11354666B1, they call it smart dust. JFK awakening on Telegram. Tiny airborne MMS devices. Microscopic sensors smaller than a grain of sand. These motes get released into the air around you. They swarm like invisible demons. They read your biometrics in real time. Heart rate. Body temperature. Voice patterns. Motion signatures. Facial images. Even your electromagnetic field. All captured while you stand there thinking you are just buying coffee. These particles network together in midair. They form a temporary surveillance cloud around your body. They generate a unique authentication key from your living biology. Then they beam it back to approve your payment. Match the profile. Payment approved. Do not match. You get flagged as a threat. This is not science fiction. One of America's biggest banks patented it. Granted June 7, 2022. Originally a military battlefield spying tool. Now deployed for everyday banking convenience. Breathe it in at the ATM. Inhale it at the store. It floats in the shared air around everyone. Invisible. Deniable. Always watching. Always verifying. Always reporting back. They filed this back in 2016. While the public was distracted with apps and digital wallets. The banks were building the ultimate control system. Payment equals total biometric surrender. Next time your transaction goes through seamlessly, ask yourself, how many of these smart dust particles just mapped your vitals and fed your data into the grid? Israel is last. Monday, May 18, 2026. Thomas Massie says his election will decide whether Israel can continue buying off future American politicians. Israel is now expected to spend nearly $20 million to destroy Massie politically after he exposed the Epstein files. Massie warns that Israel has become one of the biggest threats to American politics and says the influence must be stopped immediately. They get our tax dollars. Q election fraud. Monday, May 18, 2026. Arizona. After the 2020 Arizona election, Republicans were granted access to examine duplicate ballots and found that 2% off all ballots examined were switched from Trump to Biden or just taken away from Trump altogether for no reason. The Biden electors then called a special emergency hearing with the judge in an attempt to only have their attorneys examine the ballots and be kept secret from the public. This ridiculous request tells you everything you need to know. The 2020 election was stolen. Our Monday, May 18, 2026. Jovan Pulitzer drops all the data and evidence of foreign election interference in the 2020 election. Edward Snowden on Telegram. 65 foreign countries participated in attacking 7 key states and over 600 county polling locations. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, systematically gained control over the U.S. election system. Described as a national security emergency, the CCP leveraged financial, non-governmental, and foreign allies, including Venezuela, to acquire influence and control over U.S. voting infrastructure in at least 28 states. Electronic voting machines were compromised and cannot be trusted to provide an accurate vote count. Millions of invalid ballots were inserted into the election. Voting irregularities and fraud occurred in 8 states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico. Media reported hand counts are not real hand counts and are easily subverted. Removing the invalid ballots and forensically auditing the paper ballots would change the certified 2020 election outcomes at all levels: president, senators, congressional representatives. The only way to determine the real winners and restore confidence is a forensic audit of the paper ballots, the public's property, required to be held for 22 months. Pulitzer worked with Colonel Phil Waldron's team on this vetted data. The full report was released in January 2021 and is more than enough evidence to understand that our elections are compromised and that the 2020 election was stolen. Monday, May 18, 2026. John Christie Electric Generator generates 24 kilowatts of free electricity. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The John Christie electric generator was shown to the world in 2001, a device capable of generating a full 24 kilowatts of electricity. In this article, I will tell you about John Christie, the inventor, and how he and his friend, Lou Britz, came up with the generator. I will also explain to you how free electricity works and how you too can generate your own electricity at home too. John Christie and Lou Britz, Australian mechanical engineer, John Christie, and his electrician friend, Lou Britz, worked hard through the 90s to come up with their own version of the magnetic generator. In 2001, they launched it to the public as the LouTech 1000, a device capable of generating 24 kilowatts of electricity, enough to power a few houses. The main claim to fame at the time was that the LouTech 1000 was the first free energy machine to be developed to commercial stage anywhere in the world. This was perhaps an exaggeration as, although the device worked, it was far from being full tested and developed to the point where you could buy one off the shelf in the marketplace. How does free energy work? Part of the problem lies in the name. Free energy sounds almost impossible to believe. I prefer to call this concept zero point as it is known in physics. Zero point is an area of physics that has been studied for over 100 years. Nikola Tesla, the man who is called by some the grandfather of electricity, dedicated half of his life to studying zero point. He even published his work and it met with great approval. Unfortunately, his legacy in this area did not live on after his death due to existing commercial interests using their power to bury it. Zero point speaks of obtaining energy without fuel, from a source that is not widely acknowledged in conventional physics. It does this via the use of strategically placed magnets. Fast forward around a century later and there has been a resurgence of interest in this area, especially in the last year or two. While Christie and Britz may have been a little premature with their commercial launch, real working generators are now being built by enthusiasts in their garages, right across the world, numbering somewhere in the tens of thousands and possibly more. How can you generate your own electricity? The average home does not need 24 kilowatts. In fact, a basic motor is easily constructed for next to nothing that can generate a good 7 kilowatts of power, which is more than enough for most households. The basic electric generator is a rotor, some magnets and some electrical wiring. John Christie and Lou Britz made their own version, but I suggest you keep things very simple. In fact, I strongly recommend that you spend a nominal amount of around $50 on a good set of plans which will give you diagrams and step-by-step instructions on building your magnetic motor generator. Or you can try to do it for free, which will see you spending several months on your motor, all the while still paying your monthly bill to the power company.
So we had an amazing, turnaround, I guess, in GOP. It's all the rhinos got slaughtered. So that's really a good thing. And we have Mel Carmine here. He's going to be talking with us as well. Mel, how's everything going on your end? All the way out there?
Yeah, we are exploding. The movie Dear Mr. President, we actually launched it at the right time. This time we didn't get overshadowed by Charlie Kirk shooting like the first one, right? It's literally just blowing up. Thanks to you guys. I owe a great deal of gratitude to you and Tracy and people that will have me on the show to understand the importance of the movie and to understand that everybody out there is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Meanwhile, we're slaving, and my wife was able to pay bills from the back of my Social Security number, and all of a sudden they want their money back. Wait a minute, is that my money or crazy, absolutely crazy,
amazing, wow,
yeah. So we know that we're being bamboozled in so many ways, Mike. It's just that for me, when I got introduced to this years ago, I'd never understood it. I'm as dumb as they come, right? And so when I did understand it, I said, okay, now I'm going to make a movie and make it really, really dumbed down so that everybody can understand it. You have no idea the amount of people calling me saying, Mel, I understand the movie for the first time. I understand the concept. I understand what they're doing to us. I never was able to understand. I thought I was the only one, right? But now it's really growing a tremendous amount of legs.
Yeah. Now there was a lot of people. It might have been the same time frame that were backdooring some of those institutions that were like cheat codes and so forth that people had, and they're like, well, let me try it. So they went in. I know people that actually went in and they used it, and they talked to somebody. It's like, I'm going to pay this bill off, and they're like, okay, and they paid off all these bills, and I mean, credit cards, all kind of crazy stuff, and then they stopped and said, well, we don't push it too far, and then they closed that door, and they're like, dang it. I should have gone all the way. I should have done all my bills, everything. So,
right. Well, you know, my wife paid off $2,389. My friend Bill in Boca Raton. This is a team of 8 people. They went in all at the same time.
Yeah.
My friend Bill in Boca Raton paid like $8,200. My friend Molly paid off a old bill, $33,000 credit card bill. And everybody got a receipt back saying it's successful. And 4 days later, they want their money back. But I heard now that if you do it and you push the envelope more than once, you get a knock on the door after like the third, fourth time. If you keep being persistent, you get a knock at the door by the FBI, which stands for Forever Bother Italians, right? So, yeah. So it's ridiculous. But, you know, I just talked to Senator Fincham. I said, do you think that we can get some of that money back? As a matter of fact, his show goes live tonight. Nice. Yeah, and he said yes, because I believe we're going to get a lot of that money back, maybe all of it.
Well, I know that when I looked at mine, I had hundreds of millions of bonds. So I'm like, yeah, I'd like to get a little piece of that. So.
Well, you know, we all drive with this driver's license and registration and all of this stuff, marriage license, divorce license. Then you get remarried. You want to go fishing, you're going to need a fishing license. You want to go hunting, you need a hunting license. You get a speeding ticket, a parking ticket. You go through the stop sign ticket. All of this stuff that you sign for gets that your social security number and the corporation that they set up in your name with the all caps names. Your social security number is your bond number. That's the number that's being traded on the stock exchange. And they're making compound interest on top of compound, on top of compound. By the time you get to be in high school, you're worth $182 million. And you don't know it.
Wow.
Right? So it is crazy what they're doing. Now, I hate to say it, but a lot of the cops out there that know how the game is played, they know what they're doing. They know that this is illegal. You're part of a felony. And that means if you know about it, you are complicit in crime.
Yeah.
Right? So the other half don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, are we the only guys that have internet, Mike?
No, because, you know, I shared that information. It was a long time ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was, you put in, I think you're right. You put in, there was a code, and you put in your social security number, and then it would show you your bonds. Right. And most of my bonds were in the UK, but other people had bonds. Like a lot of the ladies, I don't know why, but a lot of the ladies that looked at it, their bonds were in China.
Wow. Yeah. Well, we're all registered in the Vatican. We think, you know, we celebrate 4th of July. We think we're free. We're not free. Your tax dollars, your hard-earned, supposedly, quote unquote, from that illegal corporation that's registered down there in Puerto Rico. I think they're called the IRS. Okay. They just attach it to a bunch of judges with black robes and the guys with guns, and they have jail cells that they put you in if you don't comply with their bullshit law that they made up. It's a corporation, for crying out loud. The IRS is as federal as the Federal Express. It's not part of the United States government. It is a thug mafia organization. It was registered in Puerto Rico in 1946. Go look it up. Right? Mm-hmm. And so here we are. We're working our asses off for what? I mean, think about the kids that are born today because of artificial intelligence. and because of robotics, will never have to experience going to work. Do you realize that? The kids that are being born right now, that are coming out of their mother's wombs, will never work a day in their life. Well, Mel, that's going to create a bunch of people who are lazy. No, lazy was a word that was created in Langley with the FBI headquarters, and so was patriots, we like to get paid, and so was conspiracy theory. These are all words that they put out in the ether, and all the dumb fucks out there, they start to regurgitate because you guys are a bunch of parakeets. So easy.
Yeah. So how many people have you had that have watched it so far?
Over 11,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and growing. Yeah. I got a big channel that's got 14 million people. John Chambers, my new producer, who I met, I'll tell you the story. It's a cute story. I get a call out of nowhere because he watched the movie. Find out the guy's, patriot, knows more than I do, and he wants to work, with me in some capacity. I said, hey, I need a producer. Boom, boom. He's down. My guy, Daniel Birch, is my new producer. So he says, hey, can I watch the movie more than once? I said, of course you can watch it. You can watch the movie as many times as you want. Once you buy it, it's $5.89. Some people out there are having trouble, by the way, watching the movie. That's because you live in the middle of the woods in a log cabin. You got like 1/2 meg of internet. If that's the case, you can still watch the movie. Hit the pause button, all right, and let it load. Go to sleep that night. Wake up in the morning, have your breakfast, take your shower, floss your teeth, do whatever it is you do. Wake up and you hit the play button. It should play by then. Okay? That's not my fault that you guys have, dial-up internet still in 2026. Wow. But, so this guy calls me out of nowhere. He goes, can I bring a bunch of people in my living room and watch the movie? Of course you can. Absolutely. So, tens of thousands of people, I'm sure, have watched the movie already because, not one person's going to watch a movie. They'll watch it with a group of people, whatever. So conservatively, 30,000 people have watched the movie already. So, and we're just getting that speed. So we want to keep up the momentum because of the importance of the movie. When people call you up and say, listen, I never understood it up until now. I knew about it. I knew that we were being scammed. I just didn't know how. This movie brings it home. A 2-hour movie brings it home. I think, people spreading it around because $5.89 and free is the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Shit, if you got problems, paying $5.89, you got much bigger fish to fry. You know what I mean? Right? Think about that. But yeah.
So you've had people that have commented on it?
Yeah, we got 5-star reviews coming in like rain, dude. I mean, go read the comments. Go to dearmrpresident.net. Go buy the movie. Read the comments. It's unbelievable. There's about 17 complaints in there. I can't watch the movie. I live in a log cabin in the middle of the woods. Yes, you need higher speed internet. Okay, but other than that, yeah, no, it's tremendous results.
So dearmrpresident.net.
Yeah.
And there it is. So let's watch a trailer.
Sure.
Wow. And just like I was saying, all those bonds that I was looking at over time, there were a few million in the beginning as a boy. And then as I went up and became a Navy SEAL, boy, those bonds really skyrocketed. And then on and on and on, kept going up and up and up. And some of them are still, I'm sure, are still out there. Some of them expire and then they create new ones.
Yes.
So it's, the longer you're on Earth, the more they're making money off you, and you're not getting any of it.
Any of it. Exactly. Any of it. If people would only know the truth, and there are people out there that are big podcasters, friends of mine that are, 2.5 million people, and they can't wrap their minds around it. They can't. They don't believe that I'm telling the truth. And meanwhile, there's so much evidence out there. It's not that they can't believe that it's the truth. They just literally block it off. You know what I mean? They don't want to even look at it.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
So I put the link in the chat, dearmrpresident.net. You can go and get it there. Is it on YouTube as well?
No. It's never going to be on YouTube.
Okay. I said YouTube link there.
YouTube's gonna have serious problems in the next 12 to 18 months if I have anything to do with it. That's another thing I hate. The fact that they call us patriots. So you mean to tell me that all the people who work for mainstream media who are lying to you, they're allowed to make $4 or $5 million a year and Michael Jaco's not? Really? If Michael Jaco is one of my soldiers, I want him to be well rested. I want him to be well traveled. I want him to be in first class. I want him to eat tomahawk steaks. I want him to sleep in $1,000 a night hotel rooms with $10,000 mattresses. I want to wake up in the morning ready to freaking take the enemy's head off the shoulders. So we're going to create a platform that's going to get you guys very, very, very comfortable. I know that. And when that platform comes out, we won't give the secret sauce recipe. And the guy or gal who's only got 10,000 subscribers is making $30,000 a month with Mel Carmine. Everybody's going to come running. Everybody's going to come running and say goodbye to censorship of free speech. We're going to restore the republic. We're going to start with Mel Carmine and my platform, and it's coming. It's coming.
Lovely. And you want 50,000 people watching that?
I want 100,000. If I get 100,000, you give us the money. You know what we're going to do with them? We're not going to go buy a freaking fancy car and try to pick up chicks. We're beyond that, okay? We want to take the money, put in the war chest, and go to war with these assholes. They're trying to take over your world, and you got kids, and you're stressed, and you don't know how to do it. Give it to us. We know what to do with it. We'll build the next platforms that people will migrate over, and you'll start to see the YouTubes and the Facebooks just fade away like they never even existed. Simple.
Yep.
Redirect the money. Just redirecting the money. That's all it is.
Oh, they so deserve that after
because your urine, if you let it sit, it has stem cells, and it creates more stem cells like compound interest. The more sits in the jar, your own pee. Right? Some people do. I know it sounds gross. Some people do enemas with it. Some people drink their own pee. I won't drink my own pee. Mel Carmine, on record, will not drink his own pee. No way, no how. Okay. So you could kiss me on the lips and be assured that there's no urine on my lips. Okay. But you know what I'm saying. So he's an extremist when it comes to this stuff, but he is very healthy. You look at him. He's 60-something years old. He's solid.
Yeah. Hey, there's people that have used it and it's worked, and but not crossing these lips.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Tracy would appreciate that.
No. She's let it be known that no. That's not
absolutely no urine in this house. Urine in the bathroom.
But yeah, I there's a lot of people in the Middle East, India, that do that, and it works for them. So
it does.
Power to them, that's great. There's a lot of other things that work really well too.
Yeah, cheap man's stem cells is what they are. That's a poor man's stem cells. Are you headed to Juanito's event on the 15th, 16th, 17th?
Oh yeah.
You'll be there? I'll be there too.
Nice.
Amber will be there, and then we're going to drive across the desert again.
Wow. You going to drive there?
No, I'm going to drive. I'm going to fly to Vegas, drive across the desert, and flying from Vegas, from LAX back home. Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, what did you think of the trailer?
I love it. I've seen it 3 times now, and I still like it. It's like brand new.
Yeah.
So we're gonna watch it. I don't know, tonight or tomorrow night or whatever. But
okay,
now that it's out there. It's
definitely out there for sure, and spread it out there. To tell everybody to watch it. We need to build the next platform to destroy these people who think they control the narrative, they control the language, that they own the future. You guys don't own the future. You guys are a joke.
Yes.
And you're going to go away.
I like the way you're thinking.
I
like it. So I speak like that too. I don't want to drag them in the streets and chop them up or hang them and all that bullshit. Blood on the streets. I don't want to do that. I just like to expose them and their systems collapse. So I think that's what we're doing.
I think we're too old for that, Mike. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, yeah, we don't mind getting into a little bar brawl. You know what I mean? But today, maybe you're getting up there in age, and there's other ways to do it. It's called get your lawyers, and if you got billions of dollars, hopefully down the road we all will have billions of dollars with the new reset, and then nobody will be able to f with you because, like Tony Montana says, money's power, and it is. Money's power. If you got the more money you have, the more power you have.
Yeah.
And that's what they are. They're all drunk on power. They don't know how to handle the money. It's like somebody who just decided to drink heavily can't handle their booze.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you for having me on, brother. Is there anything else you want to ask me for the audience? I'll be more than happy. If the audience has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions as well.
Yeah, anybody want to throw a question in there, go ahead and throw it in there. But yeah, I don't want to do the vigilante thing, but I'm still good with that. I could make that happen. So
I understand. I get that. But there's something
like for them to know that. And you need to come to your senses and get the hell out before something bad happens to you. So
yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that we're going to see some just the collapse of the system. Some of these cities may be problem areas, but we'll take care of all that.
Sounds good. So are the arrests coming soon, Mike, or what? Are we waiting for? Do I need to get extra popcorn?
Yeah, that's what Juan says. There's like a period of time that we're going through right now, and then on the other side of that, it's like, I think we've already seen some. I think there's already been arrests, but they'll become more public so that people can see it. Because the public has to see that. So There's not that crazy, like we saw after World War II, where, Mussolini got and his girlfriend got hung from, the town square, and the French that sided with the Germans, they got shot on walls.
If you got 5-6 minutes, I'll tell you a cute story.
Yeah, go for it.
I met some guys down in Miami years ago. Freddie Massaro. Look him up on Google. Freddie Massaro, Massaro. Freddie was part of a crew with the Gambino crime family. The boss was up in Atlanta. He would drive down every week, and Tony Pep. And I don't know why I'm always hanging out with these guys. It's like I'm a magnet for gangsters, right? And but go back in the day, Freddie Massaro was not a gangster. He was working he had a valet concession at the Newport Hotel in Miami, right? And he had a valet parking concession, and he was making good money. And the manager was messing around with him, raised his rent one day, and so he was messing around before that. So he snapped, and Freddie just knocked him out and knocked his teeth out. He gets called into the office. Who's sitting behind the desk in the office? A guy by the name of Meyer Lansky. You can't make this shit up, right? He says, so you're a tough guy. So he proceeds to tell him the story. He goes, good. From now on, he goes, you work for me. He goes, tomorrow, I want you to go to the airport. His first assignment, Freddie Massaro's first assignment. He's proud to tell the story. He's dead now, unfortunately. But he said, go to the airport and pick up Frank Sinatra.
Wow.
Yeah. I got to know him really, really well. I would get invited to his wife. His wife was also Filipino, like my wife. And I would get invited to the birthday parties and all of that. Nice. And one day there was a plaque, a wooden plaque. And I said, Freddie, what's the plaque? He goes, Frank Sinatra used to invite me over to the birthday party every year. It was either in Vegas or in Palm Springs, California. And one year they forgot to invite him. So they said, hey, where's Freddie? He goes, oh, shit, we forgot to invite him. He goes, so they turned the invitation that they forgot to mail out into a plaque, and they flew out a private jet to pick him up and bring him to Palm Springs. True story. And Meyer Lansky happens to be represented by my lawyer, who was also dead, by a guy by the name of Russ Costanzo. And Russ Costanzo was friends with a very famous attorney by the name of Roy Black, who recently passed away about a year ago. Roy Black is, infamous criminal attorney. I've had dinner, and you said that you talked about Mussolini. That's what jogged my memory. Mussolini, my lawyer had an actual autographed picture of Mussolini on his 3-story, 2,000 square feet on each floor, so wow. 6,000 square feet. And as we go upstairs to have dinner all the time, he was going a little senile. And there's a picture of Mussolini. He goes, that's a picture of Mussolini. That's an autographed picture made out to me personally. That's a whole my lawyer, right? True story. So Mussolini is actually related with yours truly, Sophia Loren.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So one day when I'm actually coming back from California, I missed that dinner date because I got invited to a lot of dinner dates with Roy Black and Russ and the wife and the elite crew of Miami. Okay. Mm-hmm. And they love Mel Carmine, and especially Roy. Roy and I hit it off big time. And nice. I came home and I hit the play button. I remember those old cassette players, mm-hmm. Answering machines, right? And the message was, "Hey, we're having dinner with Sophia Loren. Will be here tonight. We hope that you can come over." And I missed it because I was on vacation in California. Imagine. So yeah, that's a pretty cute story.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
So there's a question in here. How about the Canadian Social Security number?
Yes, the Canadians are doing it. They have some of their countries got really smart and they created their own variation of it, which is even more scammy than the United States. New Zealand, United Kingdom, I know for sure. Australia, I know for sure as well. There's several countries that are doing this to their citizens, not just the United States.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Good scams are always copied. Don't you know that?
Gotta be.
Yeah, it's one hell of a scam. Let me tell you, they got one hell of a racket going on. Yeah. Crazy. People don't realize it. Yeah.
All right, Mel. Thanks for that movie.
Brother, tell them to go to dearmrpresident.net and watch the movie and tell them to spread it around like confettis.
Absolutely. All right. We'll see you in Vegas. We don't see you
soon.
Got it.
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Always love having Mel on. It's always got great information. Now, there's from that election that we just had, primary, not really election, but I guess in their area was a election, several states. We had some pretty key things happen in Kentucky. Of course, we saw Thomas Massey in Kentucky was taken out by former Navy SEAL that I used to work with, Ed Gow Ryan. So I was calling him Rain because we used to call him both and he wouldn't care because he was that kind of guy. He's like, whatever, guys, whatever you call me. So I would call him Ed. Of course, he's an officer. But in the SEAL teams, we're on first name basis for the most part, unless we're around other, groups that are a little bit more highfalutin or whatever, or we're in special situations. Then I would call them commander. And so I think he retired as a captain. He was pretty way up there. 20 years. He got 4 or 5. Awards that were, what is it? You got Silver Star, and then you got the one just below that is anyway. He was well placed, and I was surprised he didn't go on to do admiral, but maybe he just got tired of working in the system. So he moved on, and he went back to the farm because he's a big old farm boy, and so we kind of like, we all give each other shit, so we call him like corn, big old cornbread because he was like huge. He's a huge guy. And so it was pretty cool to see him be successful. So what I like about this and what I think everybody needs to take away from this, because a lot of people, are kind of, they thought Massey was supporting them and doing the things that they liked. He was running a front show, guys. And a lot of these guys do that. You see that with Tucker Carlson and some of these other influencers. They've been giving us a front, right? And then behind the scenes have been sabotaging the hell out of us. So Massey was definitely, in my opinion, doing that. So maybe there were some things that he was supporting that you believed in. That's what they do. They come out and they support things that they know that people are going to like. And on the other side of that, they're backstabbing us, right? So he stabbed us on a lot of things that needed to go forward. And that's why President Trump was super pissed at him. Marjorie Taylor Greene, same thing. She was a big supporter of Massey, and they did stuff together, and then she resigned, and she made $174,000 a year for 5 years. She came into Congress with $700,000, and she left with, now some are saying somewhere between 10 to 25 million. It's like, what in the hell? Right? So they even say that she, if you do the Google search on it, Chat GPT or something like that, it's going to tell you that she acquired a lot of that money through being a congresswoman and getting insider information. And they have the right to do that. Laws for thee, but not for me. That's bullshit, right? So these people have been taking advantage of us for a long time. Massey was one of them. And now we have a Navy SEAL, a quiet spoken warrior that is now should be hopefully within, November, in a position where he can, overcome a lot of the crap that's been going on from these rhinos, Republican in name only. All right, so we need to see that. We see a lot of people that are subverting us in a lot of different areas. So we need quality, merit-based, like Ed Galrine, to move up and take those positions and move forward. Now, I could even see Ed going all the way to the top guys. He's got that capability because he's a true focused warrior, and he's the kind of guy that gets the job done. I was in combat action with him at SEAL Team 6, which is the highest level that you can achieve in the SEAL teams, Delta equivalent. And we were in combat in Panama. So he performed exceptionally well. And then he was, when I left my last command, SEAL Team 4, he was begging me not to leave. Right? He's constantly begging me not to leave. And I was like, it's time for me to move on. And so I left, but he was a great leader. He was a great leader at SEAL Team 4, the last command that I was at. I really appreciated, the work that he did. He was one of those few officers that, I think really did a good job throughout. And he's probably going to do an exceptional job in Kentucky. And who knows, maybe even go further, maybe even go higher if he proves himself. But he's going to be in a den of snakes. And these are the most corrupt people that have come together in our political system. I think 95 or maybe even more % of our politicians need to go away. And some of them probably need to go to prison, and some of them probably need to be executed for treason, right? And maybe not some of them, maybe a lot of them. All right, so like this shitbag right here, Brad Raffensperger in Georgia. No one likes the guy. He barely got any votes. So we're going to continue to see real voting and real merit-based people go forward. So President Trump has, supported a lot of different people. They're probably going to go forward. We're going to see Tuberville in Alabama. I think he's going to go all the way to governor. So President Trump has always, supported him. Alabama. He unseated Jones. Tuberville unseated Jones. Doug Jones, former Alabama senator. And probably because he's such a badass, probably Doug Jones is going to come back and take that seat. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe Barry Moore, who I think President Trump is supporting now. So there's going to be a lot of, excuse me, merit-based people, I believe, that are going to move up and do really well. Pennsylvania, we'll probably see a Republican. I said the last election, maybe a couple elections ago, I don't know, where they had a governorship and runoff in Pennsylvania. I said that it was going to be taken by a Republican, and it wasn't. And people had asked me about this one guy. He says, "You think he's going to run?" And I said, "Yeah, he's going to run, and he's going to win." I believe he won, and they stole it from him. So we're probably going to find out a lot of that, going forward. 2020, it's not over yet, is going to be not just for the election steal for Trump, but also for everybody that's having hopefully it's no more having had an election stolen from them. Yep. Tara Jones, you would know of everyone because you were very much involved in the politics there during that time frame. So Tara Jones, he's a rat. Yep. He's a dirty, rotten rat. He's a nasty, dirty, rotten rat. All right. So Rattensberger. So we're calling them out, guys, and now it's starting to stick. We're some of these people you still don't understand because you're, like I said, you're I don't know. It's like where they go, ooh, it's like you're mesmerized. You've been mesmerized by, the bullshit they've been feeding you. And then they get in those positions and then they're backstabbing us. I just had a gentleman on my show from Texas that's telling me about everybody said there's a red wave. Everybody's so happy in red wave in Texas in the last election, but most of them were rhinos. And they got in there, and some people were saying, no, they're bullshit, they're bullshit, and they got elected, and then they got in those positions, and they started, voting the wrong way. If you look at Massey, there's a Democrat that's the governor there, and he's all sad. He's sad that Massey lost. Yeah, of course he is. Because he was like helping your party, advance and stay in power. So, guys, you just got to look a little bit deeper, and you're going to find some of these people are extremely bad, right? And Candace Owens, another one. Candace Owens was on. I've seen her, talk for a long time. I was like very skeptical of her for a long time. And she's proving herself to be not worthy of our, the fame that we gave her, the attention that we gave her. She's exposed as well. All right. And we're going to see more and more. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones. The list is going to continue to grow. And it's very, very frustrating. That's right, Tron Master. Uniparty. They were a uniparty. We say rhinos, but most of the GOP is a bunch of rhinos anyway, and just a few of them will give us a facade. And it's like, oh, they're good. It's like Fox News. Remember when I remember when CNN first came out, and I remember doing the Panama invasion, and we would be glued to the TV watching CNN. Because CNN's reporting, Central Intelligence. But of course, we're working with the CIA, SEAL Team 6, and they're giving us missions and so forth, which some of them were stupid and sucked. But for the most part, we were watching CNN. And then for years afterwards, in the team rooms at SEAL Team 6, in the commander's office, in the intelligence department, they had CNN running because it used to be good. And then it wasn't. And then the TV started getting turned off, or they started going to Fox News. So we went with Fox News. And then in the last couple elections with Trump, we were like, Fox News, nope. And then the last election, definitely, where they were calling races the moment they were over, like in Arizona and some of the other places, California, of course. It's always been corrupt, and they call the races for themselves all the time. But we all saw that Fox News was corrupt. So it's a vibrational frequency, information, what I'm talking about and what you're listening to and what you observe and what you follow and so forth. It's all vibrational frequency. So I would be, eventually I would watch, I'd be at the gym and I'd be working out and I'd move to another piece of equipment and I'm working out. I think it's on Fox News. And I'm like, why does this news suck so bad? And then it would be like CNN. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was overseas and a lot of when terrorists were doing attacks in the Middle East and so forth. And CNN was the only one that they would show because CNN was basically on a communist news network. So in the Middle East, they're basically all communist, right? So they would not allow Fox News. So it was very frustrating. So I just stopped watching news. I would watch BBC or something like that, which was not any better, but a little bit better because it's world news, I guess. But even that I started to see as corrupt. So I stopped watching CNN, stopped watching the BBC, The Economist, all these different magazines and news channels that I used to watch. Drudge Report, used to always go to Drudge Report for online information. That's shit now. What happened to conservative news? Conservative news was the thing. And then it, like human consciousness, we start getting lazy and we start depending on, this is a pattern throughout history. We start getting lazy and we start depending on the government to take care of us. It's just human nature, unfortunate. I've never been of that mindset, but most people are. This way we normally evolve, and then there's people like me and there's most of you that push back. That's like, oh no, we're not going to put up with this bullshit anymore. You guys are pushing us into a dystopian, society. Where everything is controlled and manipulated by the government, German government. We're not going to allow it. We constantly start pushing back. I was overseas my whole career, 35 years, fighting to keep America free. And then I come back and I find out that we've been infiltrated and the enemy's within. And it's worse than anything else that I was fighting out there, guys. Although a lot of you are like, well, why aren't we bombing them? There's other ways that wars are being fought right now. And this information that we're sharing is the most valuable thing that we have right now because we can expose them and collapse their system. We've been doing that. So the more that we expose them, the less kinetic, the less physical we have to be with them. All right. So we want to get it to the point where there's very little kinetic activity. All right, very little. I don't feel that we're going to completely get away with not having kinetic activity here in America, but maybe, but we'll see. So continuing to reveal, that's what we did with Massey. More money was pumped into that race than any congressional race in U.S. history, right? And I think the good side won. But, other people are going to have their opinions and so forth. But for me, it's very obvious. I see things a lot sooner than others. 444 here right now. So the angels are like, yes. And it's Epoch Times is good. Yeah, I agree. I go to that. I'm subscribed to that. Lifetime, actually. I have a lifetime membership of Epoch. So that's really good. Now, occasionally I watch Fox News, but not for long because same thing. frequency rise, it's not good. So I'll just go on. If there's some kind of monumental event, then I'll go to the. Usually I go to the internet, right? But I don't do any news channels. Rarely do news channels these days, right? And the only one that I do, if I do one, is still Fox News. But I have to be very, very selective of what I pay attention to on Fox News, right? So it's a mess out there, and we're cleaning it up. It is happening. We just saw this, but I think the election in November will be a major monumental event. So I think it will be Fox equals 666, Tron Master. So yeah, pretty much. So Mary Ellen Johnson, yourself. I don't think his congressional counterpart will be getting on her knees anymore for Massey. How about that? Yeah. Whoa, Mary Ellen. Ooh. So yeah, tell it. All right. So so Katie Lee, God first. Spell that out for me. All right. So sound that out for me. And so that's going to be the way most people are. I don't watch news. All right. So most of us don't watch news. And there's definitely a problem with the news right now. Katie Laya, God first. So God first. We'll call you God first. Right? Just spell it out for me. Sound it out. Kate Talia. Is it Kate Talia? Katie's asking. Kate Talia. Catelia. All right. It's Spanish name. Okay. Catelia. All right. So Catelia. Yep. God first. I know you've been making a lot of comments. I appreciate your comments. They're really good. So thank you. All right. So I got the doorbell going on. So hopefully the wifey is going to run up and get that. Yeah, I think I hear her running. So, all right. So I think we got it. We have the, just make sure it's not, I don't have to go get my gun. So never know. All right. So I got them everywhere. Right, knives, everything. I don't need knives. I don't need guns. But if it's a little bit of distance, I'd like to close that gap a lot faster. All right, so yeah, I think that I think we're gonna continue to expose them and destroy them. They're looking at our roof. It has to be inspected. It's not my roof, but soon I will have my own roof. I will be buying something very good. All right. Hysterical. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Tron, love the numbers. Absolutely. Fox 666. And I think that, what we see in the future is going to be a lot different from what we're having right now. Now, Shapiro versus Trump-backed Garrity set for high stakes in Pennsylvania governor showdown. Neither face opposition in Tuesday's primary, as both prepare for November face-off in the battleground state. Man, I don't think Democrats are going to really win too much at all in the coming elections, because I think that we're exposing them to the point where they can no longer have any traction. I'm surprised that people still vote for Democrats. At some point, the Democrat Party will be completely gone. Right? There's no way that it can continue to exist. It's going to go away like the Whig Party went away. So it will be definitely, and it should have gone away a long time ago. Should have gone away after the World War or Civil War. But somehow they maintained, and then they got strong again. And it's very suspect to me that London, the city of London, supported the South, right? And then we had President Lincoln was assassinated. soon after the war, because they obviously weren't going to win because they'd already lost. So they basically assassinated President Lincoln, and that assassination is extremely suspect. So I think it's been mostly conservatives that have been assassinated. Although Kennedy, being a Democrat, he's probably one of the most conservative Democrats ever. I don't know, but they killed him too. So we've had 3 attempts on President Trump from the radical left. The radical left is now the party of, if you don't agree with me, I'm going to kill you. Right? So that doesn't work. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. That's a great show. Yeah, good one, Mark. So I think that we'll see this be exposed. And then when Lincoln was assassinated, we saw the re-establishment of the Democrat Party. They should have been completely obliterated, should have been completely kicked out, and a new party started, but they're still here. And they're trying to start another civil war. So they are trying to start another friggin' civil war. It's crazy. So they have to go away, guys, right? We can't allow them to stay, right? And I know they're like, well, my parents, my relatives, blah, blah, are Democrats. Is like, well, if there's no more Democrats that are in office and they still want to be Democrats, there were a lot of Nazis when the Nazis were defeated. There were a lot of Nazis who just took all their paraphernalia and went underground with it. Scott Ritter talked about how when he was a kid, he went and he was playing with one of his buddies in Germany, and of course West Germany, and so his friend took him downstairs into the basement, and there was like all this Nazi paraphernalia down in the basement, and the dad came down and kicked him out, and he could never go down there again. So it'll be like that for Democrats. They'll probably still have their paraphernalia for generations later, but they can never come back. It can never come back, guys. Once it's gone for good, and it will be obliterated, going forward. So it's proven itself over and over again to be the party of fraud and desolation. You look at all the cities that the Democrats run, and they're all shitbag holes, right? So it's like that should be obvious enough right there that they're frauding and destroying, but there has to be pain. I predict pain, right? So and that's what a lot of people have said. It's Scott Ritter's out there. I subscribe to him. He does. He's a Trump insights. He's a warrior, and he does battlefield assessments for Ukraine, Russia war, and he's talking about Iran and so forth. So he's got great insights. So I don't know if he turned Democrat or what happened, but he can. He wants everything. No pain, no gain. That's right. That's a good point. So I guess the Democrats have to have a lot of pain. I predict pain and lots of pain for the Democrats until they see the evil of their ways and finally, break free from that horrific party. But again, both parties need to go away. Republican Party is like uniparty. Lots of rhinos have cesspooled it, right? Swamped it, right? Drained that swamp, and you're gonna well, there'll be a lot of Republicans left. No, probably won't be hardly any, right? And some of the ones that, McGregor also took a left turn as well. It's crazy, right? He used to work for Trump, right? He was in Trump administration in the last go around. So it's interesting to see, where people go in their, their views and ideals and ideas and so forth, the way things should be. For me, it's always been very, very cut and dry. I've been conservative, and I've been for America. for America to the point where I basically put my life on the line for almost most of my life, right? 35 years. So that's more. I've done that more than I've been alive, right? So I'm 65. So 35 years I was like, military, CIA. And quite frankly, my life has been more at threat since I left the military, the CIA. Several times I've been almost killed by the deep state. So I was better off in the military and the CIA than I am now, giving out information and telling everybody. So I just did this great show, and basically what we were talking about was that we're pretty much focused on the Republicans, because the Democrats are so beyond stupid and so beyond effed up that there's no reason to focus on them. So I had this guy on. It's called Dr. McKinsey. So Dr. McKinsey, great show, highly recommend it. So he blew it up. He blew it up, and he's a Texan, and it was amazing what he was talking about. Vibrator, yeah. Did you hear that vibration noise? That's there on the roof, like drilling. So, yeah. Or are you talking about something else, Ridge Runner? I don't know. All right. Yeah, I do have God's armor, but I do get impacted sometimes. Yeah, Texans know how to get her done, and don't mess with Texas. But boy, they have. Right? They have really effed with Texas. It used to be, you mess with Texas, you die, or, yeah, Your Honor, I killed them because they needed killing, and okay then. Right? So that's the way it used to be in Texas, and the rest of the United States were like, damn, Texas is strong. I'm glad we're with Texas, the Republic of Texas, right? They have slowly crept in there and effed Texas up, guys. And you Texans know you're very frustrated, like I am. I don't like to see anyone, impacted anywhere in America, and because I fought for America for my whole life, pretty much. So I'm very passionate about that, and I see the corruption. Democrat Party is by far the most corrupt of the two parties. It destroys cities. That's obvious. You don't have to look far. It's every major city that's been, under Democrat rule. For most of the major cities in America have been under Democrat rule for like decades and decades and decades, right? So because they have all those people in those big cities, and then you have those of us in the countryside, land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that countryside. Dun, 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 dun. So it is, most of America is red. Most counties in America are red. But you have very tight conglomeration of people in those blue cities where they give them everything, right? They give them everything. And at some point, when the city folk, not the city folk, but the country folk are like, I ain't giving you guys any more of my money. You're not going to take any more of my taxes. You're not going to take no more, because we're getting close to that where the property taxes are about ready to go, guys. So all these bonds that, fund this illicit activity and fraud and so forth are about ready to dry up. Whether, we expose the fraud and stop the fraud, or whether it just gets to the point where there's no one else left to pay it. They have to seize everybody's homes because it's getting to that point. It's so incredibly fraudulent, and the rates are going up so fast that people just won't be able to pay them. And that's happening now. The foreclosure rate is at a level that we haven't seen since 2008. And we're just getting started. That foreclosure rate was frozen during the Biden administration. During the Trump administration, they unfroze it like it's supposed to be. And now it's really starting to pick up speed. So in the last, in the last two major downturns, and I'm not going all the way back to 1929, but in the 70s and then in 2000, those were big run-ups as well in oil. So we're seeing a big run-up in oil once again, and I think we're seeing the top. I think we're going to see 150, 200 plus dollar barrels of oil, guys, before it's all said and done. When you look at the charts, it's basically moving that direction. It basically broke a pattern, and now it's getting ready to go to the moon. And when it goes to the moon, that inflation goes up. When inflation goes up, and when oil goes up, what happens to silver and gold? Silver and gold, they go up bigly, bigger than they've ever been before. So when the last, when you look at 2000 and the 70s, stock market crashes, those are stock market crashes, and you had oil going up, right? And gold and silver went crazy. All right. So now you're seeing gold and silver go to levels we've never seen before, ever. And it was like around $50 was the level. We had 100 and 21. We're almost we more than doubled it, almost tripled the old pattern, and we're just getting started. Because when this stock market does go down, it's not going to go down just because stocks are overvalued, like we saw in the 2000 boom, and the NASDAQ is AI stocks are like going crazy, just like in 2000, way overvalued. I said this would happen. We haven't seen the top yet, so we're going to see pullback. Everybody's going to be, and I as well. I will question whether this is where it's going to turn down. But I think we're going to keep getting surprised. It's going to keep going higher and higher and higher. A little bit of pullback. It shouldn't get a big pullback, but it's going to get a little bit of pullback, and everybody's going to jump in like they did during 2000. Every pullback was a buying opportunity, and that's worked for everybody over the last, I think almost a decade, right? So maybe even longer. So people are going to keep buying that pullback, and what do you think is going to happen eventually? Eventually, that pullback is going to keep going the other way, and people are going to be like, it's always paid off to buy the pullback, so they'll keep buying, and they'll keep putting their money to work, and eventually they're going to get slaughtered. Right? Pigs get slaughtered, and we're going to have a lot of piglets that are going to be slaughtered in this next downturn, because it always happens. It always happens. It's the way. It's the same thing in consciousness. It always happens. So. Now, the thing that's pushing it down, remember in 2008 when we had the Great Recession, it should have been a depression, but Great Recession, it was about housing. So we've had one of the biggest crashes in commercial real estate already, and that's not letting up. And now we're moving into residential homes, which are crashing all over the country now and picking up speed in some areas, and will continue to go down. 80%, just like they've done in the past, right? And maybe more, because this one's going to be not only the housing crash, but also the stock market crash and the bond. The bonds are going to crash. You have a trifecta that's coming, that's working against us. It's going to be the biggest downturn ever, right? So what is going to happen to, do I smell bacon? Very good, Mary Ellen. Yes, and it's normally bacon smells good, but this is not going to smell so good. All right, it's going to be anyway. Human piggies. All right, so we don't want any of that. All right, so that's going to be quite nasty. We'll see massive pullback, and will it all pull back at once? No, it never pulls back all at once. It's gradual, and you'll see bounces. You'll see it just like crash like crazy, like it did in 2003. 2003, it should have kept going, but it bounced, and I was like, it's gonna going to turn around because there's nothing to keep it up. But what they were doing, they were basically dumping money, just like they did in 2000, in 2001. So they dumped money into the system, paper money, worthless paper money, and basically, 2008 recession, also known as the Great Recession, was a severe global economic downturn that lasted from December 2007 to June 2009, primarily triggered the collapse of U.S. housing market. So this one will be, like I said, a trifecta where everything will go down, 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 and we'll keep going down, and everything, but silver and gold, because it always goes up during these downturns. So are we in the beginning stages of it? Absolutely. And as time goes on, it will become very obvious. But in the beginning, people will be like, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And they're going to get slaughtered, right? And instead of buying the dip, they should be, cutting their losses. And now that, you remember what Mike said about getting in silver and gold, now would be a good time to do that. But they won't. They'll continue to buy more stock as it goes down, and they'll get slaughtered, right? Same thing, human nature. Or they'll hold their assets instead of, getting rid of their assets that are incredibly underperforming, right? And putting them into something that could, turn that around and actually make them profitable, which they would be able to do if they put it into silver as they're getting slaughtered, but they won't. It's not the thing that happens. So yeah, it'll be quite crazy. In the meantime, I think this continues all the way up into November because of the election, and maybe even into the new year, December. Usually you get that Santa Claus, rally. And so that might be the thing that happens. And I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it just keeps on going. Has anyone heard about mobile contacting the Starlink? You mean like your cell phone? Yeah, you can. If you have a Starlink account, you can use your mobile phone, of course. Any internet. So I thought it was demons speaking. There's the stream. I don't know. All right. So other things that are going on. We have Trump that's backing the Attorney General of Texas. So Ken Paxton. I think is going to do the right thing. Has he always done the right thing? No. But I think he's the best man for the job. So we'll see, right? And if he doesn't prove to be the best man for a job, then of course, like all the other ones that don't do a good job, they should be fired as well. Like Trump is very good at that. All right, so let's look at what the Democrats go by. They go by Saul Alinsky. All right, Saul Alinsky basically had a doctrine, 8 steps to topple a nation. Hillary Clinton, I guess, did her master's thesis on this book. So here's the 8 steps has been done. And poverty, I mean, look at all the people in the streets these days. It's pathetic. I remember being a kid, that was very, very, very rare to see somebody in the streets. Debt, increase the debt to an unsustainable level. That way you're able to increase taxes, and this will produce more poverty. So you see who really fights, doing away with taxes? Democrats, right? So again, they basically run Saul Alinsky's, 8 ways to, destroy a country. Gun control, of course, they've been trying to remove our guns. They did a pretty good job in Canada, and they've also done a pretty good job in California and I believe New York. But for the greater part, most Americans have kept their guns, which is basically going to be our saving grace going forward. Welfare, take control of every aspect of their lives, food, housing, and income. And that's why we're seeing why they're raising all the mortgage rates are going up. We're seeing property taxes going up. We're seeing the insurance going up because it's basically tied to the mortgage rate or the property tax assessments. So they come in and keep assessing the properties higher and higher and higher, which is beyond stupid to me. So let's say, for instance, you buy your house at $100,000. You did that, 30 years ago, $100,000. And so the home next to you sells for $500,000. So they assess that your property now is $500,000. You haven't sold your home. Let's say that there's another crisis where property values collapse again, all the way back down to $100,000, but you're paying for years and years and years for property taxes that are accelerating. That's stupid beyond belief. And I think that if you paid for your home, let's say you've pay your mortgage 30 years, you're a senior, you're getting $900 a month in Social Security, and that's what you're living off of. You paid off your home, and they keep raising your taxes. They keep raising everything. Well, fortunately, Social Security is not taxed anymore. Thank you, President Trump. But they keep raising your property taxes. They keep raising your insurance. And if you don't pay it, they'll come and seize your home. It's insane. It's insane. And it's constantly going up. Now, when you bought your home 30 years ago, it was worth a certain amount, which is probably a lot less than what it is now. And now you're having to pay higher property taxes. Why? Now, they say it's for the kids. It's for the kids. Well, at that point in your life, you've raised your kids. Yes, you paid into the system, and you raised your kids, and you probably paid even longer into the system. So if your home if your home is free and clear, you should not have to pay anymore. You should not have to pay property taxes, period. But definitely, at least let's start there. If you paid your home and it's paid off, you should no longer pay property taxes. All right, let's at least get it to that point, and then start to bust it down from there to where it's no more. We should really just bust it down completely. It shouldn't be there for anybody. But at least let's start to pick this thing apart. All right, so by doing that, seizing homes and everything, they're controlling housing. All right, they're controlling your income. In California, or some places in California, they're going to raise the minimum income. I think in some places like to $30 or something. I think I saw that somewhere in some city, and they're like, well, let's kind of wait. It's like, duh. It's like you're going to drive every business that's left out. So education, take control of what people read and listen. Take control of what children learn in school. Educate them to think that it's okay for them to be taxed, for illegal aliens to come in and take their jobs and get paid more, to live in a luxury hotel and get like thousands of dollars a month, where the senior is getting $900 a month. It's ridiculous. It's bullshit. So religion, remove the belief in God from the government and schools. I remember it wasn't long in my young little life. I remember in kindergarten, first grade, and second grade, we prayed every morning before class, and we said the Pledge of Allegiance. I remember the teacher would hold the flag in front of us. We put our hands over our heart and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we bow our heads and say a prayer. I thought it was great. and then they just phase it out, right? So they're basically, phasing it out. You can't talk about God anymore. You can't. There's none of that. They're squeezing it out, and they, in Congress, Democrats again. We're bringing in Satanists into Congress and showing them around. It's like, what the hell? Okay. So class warfare, divide the people into the wealthy and the poor. This will cause more discontent, and it will be easier to tax the wealthy from the support of the poor with the support of the poor. So the poor are like, they've been, doing this for years where, okay, let's tax the billionaires and we'll lower the amount of the debt. No, you can take all of the money from the billionaires and it still wouldn't pay down all of the debt, the trillions and trillions, $30 trillion of debt, whatever it is right now. It still wouldn't pay it. All right. So that's always been a bullshit, class against class. The people that are creative and build businesses and employ people, you want to destroy their lives? Really? Yeah. The communists, the Democrats want to do that. Absolutely do. Because they're basically most billionaires are self-made. Give me an effing break. That's right, Mary Ellen. So, duh. I built whatever little wealth that I had, as a Navy SEAL and then as a CIA contractor, risking my life for our country. And they came in and basically destroyed my life and stole all of my money, all of my wealth that I built. And so what do? We just went off grid and rebuilt, and we've come back. We're stronger than ever. So we don't have debt. And really the reason why we don't have debt is because I couldn't get a loan for anything. So I had to pay everything in cash. That actually works out good. I highly recommend it. All right. So Massey isn't a rhino. Okay, whatever. He went against Israel. So yeah, there's still going to be people that have their ideas. He went against Israel, and why is that even a thing? Why would we want to go against? Okay, Massey's good because he went against Israel. That doesn't make sense, right? And that's what a lot of the extreme left are pushing. All the Democrats are like, you look at Mamdani for, I don't know, 150 years, whatever. They've had a parade in New York, to celebrate Israel or whatever, or Israelis or Jews or whatever. I don't know, but it's a celebration. They've always done it. So Mamdani, extreme Democrat, leftist, and so you support Massey, who basically was, against Israel. That sounds very leftist to me, right? So hello, wake up there. So Mamdani is not going to show up for that parade. The first time in history that a mayor of New York is not going to be there for the Jewish celebration parade. So we're going to continue to see, people that, still support obvious problem people. Like I said, Massey was one of them. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who still supports Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Running off, like I said, with $10 to $25 million, and when she first came into Congress, she had $700,000 to her name, and she was a big Trump supporter, MAGA, everything, and then she aligned with Massey and started saying, "No, we're not going to support Israel." Right? Okay. All right. So, and now Marjorie Taylor Greene has sold her house. Basically left Congress early, left us hanging because we need those GOP numbers. And so she left us hanging one. And she went to Costa Rica. Boy, sounds like you really support America, right? And you made the money all for Congress, insider trading, took the money and ran and said, F you to America, pretty much. And who knows what she was involved in? How did she make that money? Who gave her those insider trading, or was she outright paid, because there's a lot of stuff possibly is going to come out from Maduro, and I think they seize a lot of information. And if she's one of them, we're going to go hunt her down and bring her back and probably try her for treason, guys. So will Massey also be one of them that's going to get tried for treason? Possibly. So go ahead and support him. You know, we'll see. We'll see who wins on this. All right, guys. Let me see what else I got. All right, so 3 super tankers carrying 6 million barrels of oil exit the Strait of Hormuz. Now, where were they bound? And why were they let to run through there when everything's been shut down for months? So for the last 2 months, these ships, these very large crude carriers, are now heading to Asian refining hubs. Where was President Trump at just recently? China, right? Interesting. And now we have like these 3, and you know, China needs oil. They don't make their own oil. They depend on, you know, other areas, and they were getting it for very, very cheap from Iran and Venezuela. Now they're not. So the first was Universal Winner, South Korean flag supertanker, carried 2 million barrels of Kuwaiti crude oil. Second was Wanguvyang, a Chinese flag vessel hauling 2 million barrels of Iraqi Basra. And I spent a lot of time in Basra. Was almost killed there a few times, right? Basra crude. And what's interesting about that is I think that the Iraqi dinar is gonna eventually go big, right? So I have millions of Iraqi dinar that I've had for quite some time. I think it'll go probably at least 1-to-1 here pretty soon, and maybe a lot more. So we're going to see this around the world, where the manipulation of currencies and monies and gold and silver and all that kind of stuff is going to fall away. And some of you guys are going to be very happy. I'm going to be pretty happy. Finally, there was Ocean Lily, a Hong Kong flag tanker loaded with 2 million barrels, split evenly between Qatari and Iraqi Basra crude, right? So they let 3 out, and tomorrow they're saying there's going to be more. So what's going on? What's going on? State-owned Shipping Corporation of India is ready to go back into the Persian Gulf once it has approval from the Indian Navy and it has business from oil refiners. So are things coming unwound for Iran? Maybe it's just a pause and a bigger play. So it's interesting to see these games being played. And of course, you know, along these lines so how many of you understand and believe that we need to be doing this in Iran and eventually in Cuba and like we did in Venezuela? How many understand and believe that is basically taking down the deep state? So I don't see any hands raised, but I think there's some out there. So I think a lot of you guys understand, but I don't think a lot of people do, right? And when you look at these people that, I don't know, maybe some people supported before, but now you shouldn't be, right? And they lost. And now they're going against Trump even more. All right, Senate advances measure to withdraw U.S. involvement in Iran conflict with vengeful Rhino Bill Cassidy, who lost because President Trump supported his opponent, and his opponent won, and now he's no longer going to be in the Senate. Bye-bye, Rhino boy, and good riddance. And if we got some dirt on you, I hope you go to prison and you get the full extent of the law that's coming to you. All right, so he voted to basically, you know, make President Trump get out of Iraq. Well, so the Senate, they had three people that would have voted for it. So the lawmakers approved the resolution by 50 to 47 vote. So they slid it in while 3 senators, Republicans, were out. And of course, we had the Rhino, Rand Paul, and Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski also voted for the resolution. Only one Democrat, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania. Remember, Dr. Oz lost to him, and I was like, God, are you kidding me? This guy's brain dead, but he's been voting for, the good guys. So however that turned out, it turned out pretty good. And Oz is working inside the President Trump's administration, doing a really good job. So 3 Republicans, Senator John Cornyn of Texas, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, and Tommy Tuberville of Alabama were absent. So they waited. It was a setup. They waited till those guys were going to be absent, and then they slid it through real quick, like the little snakes they are, right? So Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer reacted immediately. Republicans are starting to crack, and momentum is building to check him, he said in a statement after the vote, referring to Trump. We are not letting up. We? You mean we and your Rhino partners? Yeah. All right. Cassidy announced his changed position in an X post before the vote because he wasn't for that before. And now that he's been called out and he's been, everybody's can see that he's a bad boy. He's a Rhino boy. Now he's going to super vote, against the Trump administration, which he was doing silently in the past. So that's why he's going away, guys. All right. Same with Massey. You guys can come in and say keep supporting Massey, whatever. Calm down, take a deep breath, and start to do a little observation skills and critical thinking. You're going to find out that he was a bad boy, right? Just like, and he'll probably resign or something and go to, I don't know, somewhere else. But he's in his favor, and maybe that's probably to deflect, and maybe we'll find the money in his bank account anyway. But it looks like he was of all of the senators, he was not getting investing and making money illegally, all right, in insider trading, because he's at the bottom of the list. But I'm not easily swayed. I still have critical thinking, and I look at things, and he's a bad boy, right? If you still want to believe he's good, that's up to you. It's fine, right? Not really fine, but it is what it is, right? We wait for you to awaken, and then you can come back and say, yeah, you were right, I'm sorry. But that's never going to happen. All right, so Cassie's challenger, Representative Julia Letlow, Republican of Louisiana, left Cassidy defiant upon his return to Washington. So Letlow won more than 44.8% of the vote, while Louisiana Treasurer John Fleming received 28 and Cassidy received 24. So he was all the way down to the bottom, right? So people didn't like him. They saw through him. But, there's those of you, there was a time when people liked Massey. He was doing supposedly the right thing at one time. And then somebody pulled his chain and he started voting against Trump. He was all good while the Democrats are in there. And then we got a real hardcore, God-loving, God-fear, God perfect person in power. And then his demonic side, just came out. And so you guys are basically supporting a demonic mofo. So I hope that spins you up, and maybe maybe you just blow up. You won't be able to exist in this frequency anymore. Maybe it'll help you just blow up. Right. So, bye-bye. All right. So yes, I'm a warrior, and I don't put up bullshit. Right. So, I'm going to get to a point where I'm not going to like you guys still supporting Massey. There's enough information out there where you can do your critical thinking and research and see that he was a bad boy, right? So if not, that means you're for the dark side, my opinion, right? We're just going to call it. All right, so future proves past Q. Yes, absolutely. We can only hope, Michael, that these people wake up. Yes, I put those words in there. These people wake up. Proud of Louisiana for voting Cassidy out. Yay, good job, Louisiana. All right, so boomba. It's a big boom, all right? So booms are happening all over the place, guys. Politically, we're winning. I like winning. I know some of you, yeah, MJ can't fix stupid. That's right, Georgia girl. So, you know, I don't get tired of winning, right? I can win every single time, right? And I won't get tired of it. I'm just a winner, right? Are you guys winners? Are you supporting Massey? He's a loser, right? So, you know, maybe supported him, but why did he not win, guys? So a lot of you want to go, well, they just dumped all that money in there. Well, Democrats have dumped all kinds of money, way more than Republicans in a lot of these contests, and they have lost, right? You look at Hillary Clinton, she dumped like $1 billion to defeat Trump. And I don't know, I think he had like half that or less, and he won. So evil does not always win, all right? So as we can see with Massey just lost, okay? Yeah, I'm going to push that button and keep pushing it. Some of you aren't going to like it, but, you know, just go do your research and come back and keep following, and or, you know, hate me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I'm protected, right? All right. All right, guys. Love you guys, and all you haters, love you guys too. All right, and we'll see you guys next time. Stay in that love vibration. Makes a difference. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Waiting on Juan O'Savin to come in. He's dropping off some stuff for his car, so it's going to be a little bit. Could be in any moment though. So let's talk about some things that have been going on. Tina Peters going to be released on June 1st. So Juan talked about that on Nino's show. It seems like they've been getting a little bit of coercion to start to move in that direction. So some things evidently are happening behind the scenes, which is putting pressure on the Colorado governor to go ahead and move forward with letting Tina Peters go. So who knows what that is? Maybe Juan can share a little bit more insight on that. But you have to keep some things in our card deck close at hand, right? So that's kind of the way that we're working this right now. It seems to me that Iran, what's going on there is like a siege, like a medieval siege of the castle, right? So just trying to wear the Iranians down until they surrender, or until they're to the point where they can't resist, right? So I think that's where things are at right now. Maybe one can give some more insights on that as well. But lots of different things that are happening as far as like the markets as well. The markets had quite a big pullback because inflation rocketed up, a consumer price index, and that's never good for consumers and producers to get their inflation to go up. What they pay, of course, in California, the price of the pump still keeps going up. Even though, in America, we have lots of oil, right? So the demand for that oil, unfortunately, is causing prices to go up for us, even though we're the biggest producer of oil in the world right now, double what the next two are. That's Russia and Saudi Arabia. So that's been really good for America. Of course, Trump has always been, drill, baby, drill. And that seems to be working out pretty good. Now we have Venezuelan oil, and we have control of the Middle Eastern oil to a great extent. Middle East, for the great extent, they're not moving oil. Now, maybe Saudi Arabia from its other port across the Strait of Hormuz. They have another port facility on the other side. We haven't heard too much about how much is being moved over there, because probably all of it has been moving from the Gulf. So for them to put it in trucks and take it across the country and load it up is probably pretty cost prohibitive, but I'm sure they can make money that way as well. Now, one of the things that we're going to have in the future is the Fraud Fighter Summit. Now, we've talked about that for quite a bit. I was there with Juan when we had the Fraud Fighter, the first one, and now we're having the second one. And I'll share the screen so you guys can see that. This is on J Mac's site, Jennifer Mac's site, and also I share this as well. Have been sharing it for quite a while now. So this is at the Ahern, as you see it right here. Now, right down the street from the Ahern is the Sahara, and the Sahara, I guess, has got really good rates for people coming because the Ahern's all sold out. And we'll see where we're at as far as people. We might be getting close to having this event sold out, which is 15 through 17 June. And we're going to cover a lot of stuff: bond fraud, government waste and corruption, election fraud, healthcare scams, and of course, much more. And so the Fraud Fighter Summit, as you see here, the 3 days, meals are included, 3 meals a day. So that's going to be, and the meals there are fantastic. So here's all the speakers. You see your Robert F. Kennedy's been invited. He may zoom in like Steve Bannon, but you have quite a lineup of people. G. Edward Griffin, Sean Taylor, Professor Clements, Peter Ticklin. I have a lot of great people in here. So it's going to be a good show, and probably more will actually come in over time, I would think. And on top of that, we're going to see this movie. So this premiere of this movie, No More Lies. This is basically about Bolsonaro and how he had his election stolen from him, just like Trump did. Right. So we're going to cover that. So that's going to be pretty amazing as well. So again, the making reservations, if you get signed up for it, you want to just a block away. They have 75 discounted rooms, and also the Trump International. They have some rooms there. It's not that far away, Trump International. So it's a little short drive, and they have parking there at the Ahern. I don't know how much, if they're going to have enough, but they have several floors of garage. I think we might be the only ones, in this. Maybe they've set the whole building aside for us. It's very possible. So maybe all the rooms are basically, our rooms and so forth. And that's fantastic. So there's Free Tina Peters. Hallelujah. So she's less than 2 weeks out. You guys see the snow falling behind me? That's pretty crazy, right? 17 May, we're still getting snow. All right. We need it. So we'll take all we can get. On the peaks, it is really sticking up there. There's a lot on the peaks. We're getting just a real soft coating down here on our level at around 8,000, maybe a little bit higher than 8,000, but we're doing pretty good, I think, as far as the reservoirs and so forth here in California, but probably going to see massive rain. They're predicting a major El Nino or El Nino, and that's supposed to bring in incredible amounts of rain, probably record-setting. I remember back in 89, 80, 88, somewhere around there, we had massive storm in California, massive El Nino, El Nino, and it basically flooded our compound. We used to have in the SEAL teams, we're right on the beach. We would just walk right out to the ocean. And after that storm, everything got flooded. So every year they built a berm which sucked because you had to like walk over the burn and down into the water. And that was for protection. It's like, okay, guys, we're not going to have an El Nino this year. Why do we have to have these berms? But, that's the way the military is. They overreact. They underreacted to the storm that we all told them, you guys need to be aware that we're going to get some flooding. And then what do? After the flooding, then they build the berms. Totally the way the military works. So anyway, that's kind of the way life is sometimes. Now, if you go into the shop, I'll go ahead and pre-do this maybe, depending on when you hit the shop, and they have the coins. All right, so the silver coins, I think it's a great time to buy silver right now, still, because silver is going to go to the moon. I think I'm predicting 250 to 500 by the end of the year. 250 probably mid-year, so forth, and then 500 towards the end of the year, and then 1,000 in 2030. So if you're a long-term holder, I would get some silver and hold on to it. Now, another place you can find wands and Jennifer Max coins and stuff is go to Gumroad, and Gumroad, basically Gumroad wand, and that'll give you another great site. And let's look at that one. If you're into coins, which you should be, or not, you don't believe that things are really going to ramp up for us. So here's one site, Gumroad, allpatriots.gumroad.com. You can also put in Juan, Gumroad/Juan, and it'll come up, and he's got a lot of good coins over here. I've gotten all of them, but this new one, To the Moon, and Tina Peters. So how about that? So that's a good looking coin right there. Wow. It almost looks like lifelike. So pretty cool. We'll continue to see a lot of this stuff in the future get much, much, much more expensive. The coins that I bought very early on with Juan are worth a tremendous amount of money now, many times over what I paid for them. So I bought them back when, silver was cheap. And silver, we're going to look back on this time and say, if you're buying coins now, which whenever he comes up with new coins, I buy them. And I invest in silver stocks. SILJ is the one I like the most. I've done pretty much all of them, but I pretty much put everything into SILJ. So that's a junior silver, and that's done really well. Of course, every time it pulls back, I get more, and I get more coin. And I'm thinking about getting some more gold and platinum. So we're going to see this thing go a lot higher. Like I said, you could be a short-term investor, which is like what, six months to a year, and you're going to do really well. Or you could be a long-term investor and do really well long-term. So it's up to you guys. So just stay with the silver. Now, another thing that we're seeing as far as the economy is concerned is India. So India, their stock market has been crashing, and the government has told them not to buy gold. So what do you think everybody's doing? So that's something that's going to travel around the world eventually. So India stock market crashing. Will they get a handle on it like they did the Japanese stock market when it was crashing? Maybe. But if they don't, it's going to go around the world. Now, on Friday, the stock market got a huge pullback, and I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to be watching. The stock market, watching silver. Silver, like I said, is definitely going to go a lot higher than what it is right now. And here's the man, the myth, the legend.
Hey, they missed the legend. Yes, I out here in farm country, and I have a truck where somebody wasn't paying attention and damaged a bumper, and I decided, well, let's take that chrome thing off and put one of those monster bumpers on, and the winch and everything else. So, lights, the whole schmear, doll it up.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, we're looking at probably getting some kind of truck in the future. I think getting farmland, but definitely having a win. Way to go.
Well, I've got several, but they actually seem like they're duplicative, but each one of them has different kinds of things that it really does. And for example, if you're moving animals, you really want to do it with a dually, so you don't have the chance that you could lose control of something if you have a heavier fifth wheel. If you're just moving a trailer or something like that, you get a flat, doesn't hurt anything. And so I got different trucks for different applications, and every one of them really is kind of unique. So, but hey, this event, oh my gosh, coming up next month. There's so many amazing developments, even in the last, of course, the Tina thing, top of the list. We were from day one anticipating we may very well have her free and able to attend. Now the deal is they're letting Tina out on the 1st of June. Before then, a parole board has to decide what the terms and conditions of her release are. The interesting thing is they might want to try to restrict her from being able to, say, talk about political things or attend political things, and try to head us off at the pass and being able to present, and here or anywhere else. They may want to restrict her to Colorado. However, she's going to need some medical attention like that. We have some great stuff that we think is probably best addressed in Colorado or in Nevada, not Colorado, and a spa that she can actually live at.
Sweet.
And
she deserves it after that jail time. Jeez.
Well, she's got a lot of recovery she really has to do. I mean, don't kid yourself. That beat her up pretty bad, and there's but at the end of the day, one of the interesting things, even in the conversations behind the scenes, the governor put in his clemency, which means that the case isn't overturned, nothing is dropped as far as the sentence, the charges, etc. He just reduced the sentence to time served, plus 3 years on probation. And while she's on probation, then they can yank her chain anytime they feel like it for all sorts of supposed things and threaten to throw her back in the slammer and things like that. So that probation is nothing to sneeze at. But her free speech is supposed to be protected, and the governor specifically mentioned that. So with that in mind, if she can't talk, if they want to try to restrict her conversations while she's out on parole, then that would be part of the whole thing that the judge did, and which Pola specifically identified as something where her civil rights had been violated. So not allowing her to come out and be present at something like this or speak, if they do try to restrict it, we may just have her present and smiling and we'll do the speaking. So there's a lot that's got to kind of be processed, but we have high hopes that we're going to be able to have her present at this thing. And so to be able to kind of throw some love her direction and understanding, I think is a huge thing. And to be first up to get that opportunity, I think is a very big deal. So I'm actually, that was one of the things when we picked a date and we're doing stuff. I said, I think we're going to be able to get Tina here. I'm hopeful, and here we are. So of all the events, all the things,
good
to be able to have
Lonnie.
Tina
Good
here,
job.
and, Yeah. Well, and then within, we are actually, let me just say this. We are apolitical within the coalition, within the unauthorized. We're not actually Democrat or Republican.
Yeah.
A lot of the work that I've done to help around the country, for example, the stuff up in Utah, the crimes that are being done in Utah are being done predominantly by Republicans.
Exactly.
Okay. And we're hard after that. Going for election integrity and honest, fair elections. That's not Democrat or Republican. That's, American citizen, and out across the world for other countries also. So to try to put that as just a Republican thing is actually totally inaccurate.
Yeah.
And so if anybody wanted to portray this as being partisan somehow, especially as going, say, to Tina or something like that, it's just a falsehood, not true. And so we'll be hard at. We'll be watching very closely what the parole board does there in Colorado. And as Peter Tickton, Tina's lead counsel, the person that Trennis Evans and I were able to get to come on to her legal team. Guilty, should never have even been heard by a grand jury, let alone go through the whole trial process and sentencing and all that. This is all going to get overturned eventually. But so
Definitely.
and by the way, I think having you there and some of the other hosts like that is what this is really all about. So because you get to talk to all your listeners, you're going to see some stuff here that is just amazing.
Yeah, we got a lot of great speakers, from that last event. They've been on the show, and they've gotten really good response from the public. So we're really excited to get some more. It'd be great.
Well, and it's more than the last one. The last one, we were strictly on the bonds. We'll have the stuff that goes into the bonds and the rest of the financial fraud is all on Tuesday, the 16th. And so we'll have some of the same speakers that you heard at the other bond conference, which was private, at this one, but we have several more that haven't been heard, and they'll be crucial to understanding this. And what's also interesting, you may have heard it from some of your speakers as we've educated them, the bond fraud, the rest of the financial fraud is tied directly to the election fraud, because they get certain people in that then pass things through. And so the one is not disconnected from the other.
Good point. Yeah. I learned that in that event. Made sense.
Yeah.
Now we're finding all the fraud, and it's those had to be set up so that that could happen, and more election steals and on that. So where do you think the election's going to go?
Well, the first night we have the movie Dark Horse, which is about the president of Brazil, Bolsonaro. That's the world premiere. Totally private. It's just for the people at this conference. I was able to convince the studio and folks to let us do it. And if you like Sound of Freedom, Jim Caviezel says this is his best acting performance of his life. That's what he believes. So, and others will have the producer, the directors, the head of the promotional operation, all there at this event. And you
set up the Sound of Freedom too for that Vegas event long ago.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's why they asked me if I would do this, because that really did lay the groundwork for the main release, and people seeing it, understanding it, talking about it had a huge impact. I think on the ultimate, people had enough time to digest, think about it, and talk about it, and then there was anticipation. And I think this one is kind of similar. But you know what's interesting? President Bolsonaro in Brazil, he got elected. And I'll just say, from a a political standpoint, South American politics, there's all sorts of questions when he got into office. The people that pushed hard to get him in there, they thought they were going to get to control him and manage him, and he wasn't going that way. And so when it came for his reelection, they just pulled out all the stops to steal that election. And then after he supposedly lost, which some of the people that we actually have here in the U.S. testifying before grand juries say that they flipped that election and have brought evidence of how they flipped that election for Bolsonaro. But the other part that's not really widely understood is that they then turned around within this globalista club, pushed for the prosecution of Bolsonaro, had him impeached and then prosecuted, because in Brazil it's against the law to challenge the results of an election, as though he was somehow unpatriotic because he was questioning that this election was done legally or somebody cheated. So then they convicted him of trying to overturn a real justified election or whatever, and threw him in prison. President Bolsonaro of Brazil is in prison to this day, and that's exactly what they've wanted and intended to do with Trump all the way along, and with other leaders from around the world. So what other leaders? Well, a lot of people don't know this, but the president of South Korea was also he was trying to get the election data from the state-run servers, and he couldn't do it through the courts or policing action, so he had to declare martial law. And then under this martial law decree, he was able to go in and get the election material. Well, they got to the wrong server stack. They thought they had information on where that server stack was. They were actually out of sync 180 degrees within that building. And so they went to the wrong area, didn't get it. And then they had to lift, because of political pressure, the martial law, and they didn't have the data that they needed to prove it. Now, what happened this last week, and this is virtually unknown in the world, China was involved in flipping that election for the president of South Korea. And so before Trump even went wheels up to leave Washington, D.C. and head for China, a day earlier, he'd had the head of the Treasury, Treasury Secretary Besant, go and meet with his Chinese counterpart in South Korea. And there was a bit of, wrangling that went on a couple of issues. But at the end of the day, then while Trump was in China, ultimatums were given about disclosure, and suddenly, miraculously, the president of South Korea finds himself released from prison, because we have the data. We know exactly how they did it, and we're getting ready to show the same thing concerning American elections, okay, with the same players.
Great backstory. Wow. Fantastic. So, thank you.
You have to think about this, and the audience has to think about this. How many times have you heard from audience members, or even, you get so weary of all this stuff. At some point, you just want to, roll over. Okay, whatever, I'm done. We're moving on. No, this cannot be allowed to stand. Mm-hmm. And so people saying nothing's happening and it's not getting resolved and nobody's getting arrested. But what doing, and the team around Trump at his direction, Treasury Secretary Besant doesn't drink and pass gas, and Trump isn't aware of it or directed it. I'm just telling you, it's just the way it is. And he's been actually, I had a lot of concerns about Besant reasons. And I have to say this, thus far, he has been absolutely spot on everything that he's been doing. He hasn't wavered. Trump once or is directing a certain thing, and Besant's right there and does it. And he travels a lot of times with the president. So he has done a superb job. I'm really, I just think we couldn't be better served at this point in time than what he has done thus far. So, and there's other stuff in the background that I've, interacted and been aware of. And so even where you don't get to see it, he's been excruciatingly loyal. There was concerns, because of his ties even back to Soros and other things, and trust but verify. But I'll tell you what, he's been right on the cash all the way through thus far.
Yeah. So so speak along this election fraud and stealing elections and Pakistan. Look at Imran Khan. They did all that stuff to him as well.
Well, and again, the people that we have here that are testifying before grand juries now, and who also did the briefing out of the country during the 2024 election period, several people very close to Trump, names that everybody here knows, intricately, were briefed in person out of the country by the people who did the theft of the elections, 2020 and other elections around the world. When one of the people, and I don't want to say the name, I don't think he's acknowledged this publicly yet, so I don't want to say the name. Somebody everybody here knows. At the end of the briefing, with translators, because they don't speak great English, and they were out of Venezuela, but this took place in Europe, where they were doing their final work, and where we had them spirited away because they wanted to defect, essentially. And in those meetings, they said that when they were asked, how many countries have you done this in besides the United States? They said 71 countries plus the United States.
Yeah.
So think of how much cleanup we have across the world that we have to do, because in 71 countries you have leadership. Spending money, passing laws, putting judges into office, doing sweetheart deals with friends, relatives, gazillionaires, etc. How much do you have to unwind that? They've taken the reins of power and driven the world right to the precipice of going over the cliff. And so things like South Korea, Venezuela, Iran. We have, and many other countries, the Congo, the countries, we clean things up with the messes that have been created, and that, and then the money that's being spent. That's why Besant's so close to Trump on this stuff, and it's so critical, because the financial consequences of a lot of what's gone on here are just to the moon. So.
Wow. Yep. All over the world. So yeah, 71 countries. Wow.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, the result of this fraud that's going around the world. So hopefully we get to set the example. I think we're moving in that direction. Where do you think Iran's going? It's almost like we look at medieval times, or like in a sea.
Well, the one thing I will say is this, and you've heard this over the last couple of months. Think of all the naysayers, the Debbie Downers, that, Venezuela, we're going to be embroiled there for years. They're going to hand their heads to us on a plate. They've got all this stuff. They were tied right in with Iran. The Cubans were in there providing protection and security. And, we're going to open a new can of worms that's going to cause the West to collapse. And Iran's got so many aces up their sleeve that you never dreamed of. And they're just going to destroy America and the world's economy. Okay, well, hey, Debbie, do you know what the hell you're talking about? Debbie Downer, I don't know. She probably doesn't have any hair under her wig. Whatever. She's just thinking bald, furry. All her hair fell out. Debbie Downer wears a wig. It's
all that stress.
Anyway, I have a friend that got cancer quite a few years ago, a very famous person that people in the audience may know. She laughed about it. She went through the chemo and all that, and we tried to talk her out of it, but she went through it, and she survived. She's doing very well. She's in a very public position now, and but the whole thing, even with the wig, we found reasons to have fun with it. Her teenage son went ahead and shaved all his hair, and I think they had a couple of friends that did it. You know, you get into a situation like that. I just do want to say, you know, we all shoulder up together, take a deep breath, you know, laugh at the devil, whatever. So I don't want to do that. After I said it, I thought, well, we got to be careful. You know, I just didn't want to make a blonde joke, okay? And but anyway, so and I got to tell you, I was just as another side. So I have a friend who's a comedian, was in a restaurant the other day in a certain place, and was trying to make a joke concerning the kids and everything else, and probably had a drink or two, enjoying life along the way. But anyway, they were all laughing so hard that the owners kicked this person out of the bar. And then somebody had to come in. No. You don't recognize them. This is so and so. They were just having fun. They weren't trying to, you know. And finally got them back into the restaurant, having I think it was a didn't have a baby dinner or something. But anyway, you know, lighten up, take a deep breath. You know, if you can find reasons to have a good laugh, sometimes that's the best therapy in the world, even in the face of other crises. As we come into the storm, which, by the way, you know, most of the storm that's coming, there's lots of angles to the storm that we're coming into. In fact, when Jen and I were driving here a few minutes ago, big, huge black clouds were over the back of the rig. Some kind of a storm behind us. I was like, oh my gosh, it's just black as can be. Everywhere else is sunny, but it's black behind us. If you can find reasons to have a little levity, kind of a mash humor, that's not wrong, and it's not disrespectful or something like that. It's part of, you know, you do mash humor to take a little bit of the edge off, find you know, the glimmers of light and hope and beauty in life, and move on. And so yes, there's some pretty serious things coming, but in the course of that, as we get through this, it's going to be a better place, a better country. We're going to have some beautiful things come out of this. But yeah, we got some drama ahead. And if you're on the right side of history, it's not aimed at you. You may, you know, need to hold on tight, batten down the hatches, short sheet the sails a little. Thanks.
So we're losing you. It's been a few seconds. We haven't heard you. But President Trump just came out. I was just sharing where he came out just a day or two ago. It was the calm before the storm. So he just posted that on Truth Social. So it looks like we might be getting to that point finally, if he's posting it. So that's pretty tremendous.
Well, I just want people to understand that there's a lot to come. And by the way, you know, a lot of people ask me this question, and I just want to say this. So disclosure of the types of crimes, the people involved, et cetera, an understanding of what's actually transpired here does have to come first. You may see some actions over at the Justice Department. And let me just add this one thing. I don't know if you saw this, Michael, or not. On, I think it was Thursday, the Senate did a vote and then passed through 49 of the appointments that Trump wanted to make. all in one fell swoop, a blanket vote. Trump has not been getting his, people that he's wanted to appoint to office through the House and the Senate. And so the Senate did this blanket approval and got 49 through, most of which are people to go into Department of Justice as attorneys. And so he just got that. Now, it'll take time for him to get in the office, come up to speed on the cases that they're going to be assigned, and study up on them. So you can figure really large cases. If you can get up to speed in a month, you're a genius. And you got a few breaks here and there. It's really 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Even on the case with Brennan, where they changed prosecutors on that case, it was said when they were looking at it, it was going to take him a solid 6 weeks to bone up and everything, so he knew exactly what was going on, because he has to own that from a personal level. He as a presenting to the court, your credibility is on the line. That what you say to the judge, what you present in the court, is the fact, and that you've researched it, and you're not, providing bullshit. So,
Right.
with that in mind, think of all these new prosecutors. They just got approved, so now they're going to go over into the Justice Department. How long is it going to take them? Let's say it took them a month and a half, just like I described. They get their sea legs, maybe 2 months. Now you're out to mid-July. So expecting, whether it's Brennan or any of the rest of them, anything to be done before the 4th of July of any significance probably is premature. But you get to mid-July, and it's a whole new story. Now, you might see some incidental arrests. We actually, as part of the agreement for Trump to come over to China, got a Chinese hacker and brought him to the U.S., and we're going to try him over here for work that he was doing. Stuff is happening.
Is he going to give up some information too?
He probably has already done that as part of the agreement.
Wow.
We had to get the Chinese up to speed. Look, China, Trump went there with a carrot and a stick.
Yep.
We are going to be hearing, we're going to hear all about all the Chinese collusion going into the 2020 election. And the question for China is, do you want to have us do it in a way that ends up being adversarial and we shut down business with China? Or do you want to do it in such a way that, you can put the blame on past people or situations and military, especially in intelligence, and move on? And China, they really have to think about this. We're not going to not show their collusion in 2020. That is going to be part of the public conversation in the weeks and months to come. And then they have to decide how they're going to, cooperate with a save face, who they're going to, justice. All over the world. 47 incidents, a lot of them aimed at Taiwan. There's been a few articles written on this, and but they were actually helping, even modifying other countries' ships so that they could be used to drop anchors or send drones to damage communications lines, undersea cables. Now, the reason that's really important, China supposedly was threatening that they could damage Western commerce across the world, essentially cause the lights go out for everybody. If we don't get it, nobody gets it from a commerce side. So then you have to go, okay, China, you live in a glass house. You may not realize it, but you live in a glass house. What did Trump do before he went to China? He called in a significant number of generals who and within protecting that cyber infrastructure.
Mm.
And they had a meeting Monday night, and he read them in. The scuttlebutt is that he basically told them if China so much as sneezes at our communications anywhere, we're going to take out every single asset that they have that is close to a cable. China had been parking stuff all around these cables, acting innocent and, whatever. We're not going to wait until after they've severed these critical communications lines. We'll take that as an act of war. We take that equipment out immediately. So if they look like they're trying to get ready to take out communication systems, we take them out first. And you can see that with the number of the generals that were there. So China basically got, read the riot act while Trump was over there. It's a face-off, Mexican hat dance. They live in a glass house. Not only will we take out any assets that are looking like they're going to try to damage our communications, we'll take out other stuff that goes the other direction and take you out. We're not waiting. So they've had to understand just how serious it is. And then, of course, with Percent over there and looking at the financial, before Trump agreed to get on the plane and fly over to China, last second decision, everything had to be in place. And they had to understand China did a lot of kiss ass during this trip. So we're in pretty good shape there. Trump is amazing.
Wow. Great backstory. Appreciate that. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So, but again, from your own history, that's, if we want to throw our weight around, we're not somebody's pansy, but you have to decide to do it. And something I've said to audiences a number of times, if you have power, but you fail to exercise it at the critical moments, what use is it? Why have, leverage or power and then, watch the rapist? If you have power and a crisis erupts, you need to be responsible and exercise it appropriately, accordingly. And that's exactly what I expect Trump is going to continue to do and has been doing, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've seen a lot of the people that have come into America to do bad things have been quietly being taken down behind the scenes, like we talked about it for several years now.
Well, think about it. That's what I was saying a minute ago. I didn't really finish my thought, probably, but all these bad things that the Debbie Downers thought were going to happen and projected, prophesied were going to happen to America, they didn't happen. Why? Because this is the best example I can think of personally. While Trump was still speaking at the inauguration on January 20th of 25, I got texts from military personnel who said, "Hey, I just got orders. I got orders." This is like 15 minutes after Trump, and so they had to report, and they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm headed off right away. Well, they ended up being involved in going out and picking up the gang members, these senior, heads of gangs, Trendra Raga and things like that. And they picked them up within the first several days of the Trump presidency. Why was that important? Because all these things the gangs were going to be used to do to damage America and everything else. It didn't happen. And then the other thing is that down through the ranks, they took out a bunch of the gang leaders. And so they just it decapitated a lot of these operations against the country. And I've mentioned it before, then miraculously, several gang members who were transporting huge quantities of ammunition across the country to the Midwest miraculously got picked up for bizarre reasons, like they failed to turn off their high beams. Actually, there was so much ammunition in the rig that it made the van's headlights point up in the air. It looked like high beams, but it was a good enough excuse. And they stopped all of this ammunition going to Midwest cities for gang members to use. Well, how did they find out about that? Because the gang leaders talked. Look at what just happened. Oh, here's another good example. Look at what just happened with Marco Rubio. His picture's taken going to China, and he's wearing a sweatsuit, and it's absolutely identical to Maduro. Now, why is that relevant? Because what's Maduro singing about? You know, he's caged. When do birds sing when they're caged? Okay, so Maduro's caged bird. He wants to help his wife and his son not to have to spend the rest of their life in prison. He's gone. He's not coming out. But what about his wife and kid? So he's singing like a canary. What's he singing about? Who's he talking about? China. China and the control of the Cubans.
Yes.
And the Cubans controlling Venezuela. You know, it's a branch office for Cuba. You couldn't get a driver's license without a Cuban looking over your shoulder. All the security personnel and all that. Well, who was giving them the money? It wasn't the Russians. It's the Cubans. I mean, the Chinese. So what's Maduro singing about? Where was all the oil going that they were getting for next to nothing? China.
Yeah.
Okay, and China was controlling much of what was going on with Iran and getting the oil out of there. So, practically giving it to them. What's the biggest crisis for China? They have to pay retail for their oil now. They can't get it, for free. Not even wholesale. They're paying retail for their oil. He's talking about the Chinese connections into the vote fraud, etc. So having Rubio wearing the jumpsuit from Maduro was like a subtle sign. Oh yeah, Maduro. Yeah, we own him. Yeah, he's wearing orange jumpsuit now. But hey, his sweatsuit was available. I had it tailored. It looks pretty good.
Wow. So I had Josh Reed on last night, and he brought something to my attention I wasn't aware of.
And by the way, I love Josh. Josh is fantastic. He's one of the
he really
best
is.
decoders there is. Just
Wait,
up front. So go ahead. Yeah.
We should do a roundtable with you. That'd be great. So he was talking about how Venezuela gave us their uranium.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they were cooking there. I don't think the truck's going to beat the Challenger. I've got a truck that would beat the Challenger.
You were tempted though, weren't you?
That one won't. Yeah, that one won't do it.
Boy, he was cooking.
My truck's the same color. It'll beat the Challenger, but anyway.
Oh, yeah. Great.
What he needs to do if he wants to win against the Challenger, get him into an off-road. He's got a four-wheel drive. Go to terrain that favors you, not him. Oh, less likely to get a blue light special too if do that off-road. So anyway.
There you go.
What did Josh say though? Let me hear that again.
So yeah, he was saying that they had given up their uranium. So where did that come from? Were they cooking it, or would they get it from Cuba?
Pakistan.
Really?
Nah, Pakistan had been pushing stuff out there, and it got different places. And then remember, here's some other oddball stuff that people don't realize. South Africa had enough uranium enriched for 6 bombs. And so where did that uranium go? Kissinger did the original deal, and yet nobody's acknowledged where it went to. And so supposedly it went to Israel. Israel's never acknowledged that and got added back into some of their projects. But there's all sorts of wild little things. And then remember this, back in 2024 during the election cycle, all summer into the fall, you had the drones all over the country flying everywhere. And I said they're looking for some missing nukes and for the enriched material. And you have to kind of go back even a little further than that. Remember when the general that blew up in the alleyway in Moscow. The person, that general, I can't think of his name in a second, he was one of Putin's closest friends and trusted advisors, and Putin assigned him to track down what had happened. Was they figured out that some significant number of trigger devices had been upgraded or rebuilt, that would allow weapons, nuclear weapons from the Cold War era, to be refreshed. The uranium, the enriched uranium, stays fine, but the triggers, which have certain types of materials that have to be there and have to be refreshed about once a decade, they're like on a clock. And what happens is if they don't go off quite correctly, you'll end up with a fizzle. You'll have just an explosion of enriched material, and it'd be like a dirty bomb, but it's not a nuclear explosion, if you will. Okay, so at the end of the day, what happened with this general, when they realized, it's very hard for somebody else to engineer a device to work somebody else's device, a trigger. The best place to do it's the people that built it in the first place. They have the exact specs and sizing and all sorts of things, timing, even the length of a wire makes a big difference. So with that in mind, the best group to build a a trigger is the ones that built it in the first place. Well, that's exactly what happened. Somebody went in and built these devices that could refresh and be used with some of these earlier Cold War devices. When that was understood, then Putin put this general on the case to track these down. Why? Because he didn't want Russia to have to do the heavy lifting on how did these devices get out there and get blown up somewhere in the world. And when they realized there was a problem. So this guy was looking for this and couldn't, or was in the path to figuring it out. And then he got blown up. Who did that? Well, it was Western intelligence agencies that had the satellite stuff and all that. In other words, who in the West, even in the CIA specifically, helping the Ukrainians, may have had exactly what was needed information-wise to know where those devices went and who was doing it, and didn't want Russia to find out where this was at. You got nuclear devices somewhere out there with fresh triggers that could be blown. That should be a pretty scary thing for everybody in this audience.
Yeah,
and that has never, they have not been found. Yeah, right. And those have not been found. What Trump and team were looking for, there's no indication that we found what we were looking for. So then part of the question is, if you have material out there, who has something, and these triggers out there, somebody could still have something out there floating that could become usable. We want to clean all of that up, get all of that collected, not have to worry about any of it. And so Trump, not letting Iran have the bomb, not letting Venezuela have any of the material that somebody could come in there and make into the bomb. China's, by the way, any material that we find, it all has a equivalent of a DNA, certain isotopes that are very identifiable and trackable. So whatever material's out there, once we have it, we can fingerprint it to any place of origin on the planet where it was actually processed and made. Is it Chinese? Is it Russian? Is it old? Is it new? Does somebody have a facility that we're not aware of? Those are the questions. So at the end of the day, it's a very favorable thing that we're getting a hold of this stuff and not letting it float out there.
Yeah. Wow. So and that was normally what they used in Pakistan, scooters.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there was Muslim influence involved in that, or just coincidence. But
Yeah, well, remember, in essence, it's a type of an IED. Soleimani was the guy that invented the IEDs. I mean, this doesn't mean all IEDs are, of his design, but that club, that kind of people are pretty good at this. They're pretty effective at building these types of hidden devices. And again, you might say from the West, it's kind of in my blood, the Russians are on it. They did it, go get them. That Cold War mentality. But the reality is the specific assignment that Kurlov had and what he was chasing, he was an important person within trying to stop something that could have global reach, which ultimately will be aimed at the West. And him not being present somewhere in the fight is probably not a good thing.
Yeah. So the NATO, Trump pulling out of NATO, where do you think that's going?
Well, he's been extremely verbose over the years and pretty clear that it's time to get out, whether it's NATO, Federal Reserve, UN, things like that. These don't have our interests in mind. They're really set up at this point in time, whatever the logic was coming out of World War II and into the Cold War era. Much of that is gone now, including, even if we didn't totally withdraw from NATO and we make them start paying their own bills, look at what he just did, a couple of weeks ago with Germany.
Yeah.
He started the process to, start winding down this occupation of Germany.
Yeah.
Our military facilities there is a forward leading edge against Russia. This Cold War threat. Germany's unified now. We're spending all these gazillions of dollars there still over in Germany. You run over a pine tree in a practice and you pay for the next 10 pine trees. It's just insane the money we spend that the Germans extract from us, and they're supposedly protecting them. So they're doing all this mischief against America. Hey, forget it. We're out of here. I think Trump, he wants to bring down our presence in Germany by 75%.
Ooh, I didn't know. I didn't know it was that much. Good job.
Yeah. So
5,000. Now we're up to 75% out. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. Well, he did the 5,000, which is 10% to, start the process, and also let the Germans know, you want to be against us, you don't want us around. Okay, we don't want to be where we're not loved, where we're not wanted. And he's also going to use that as extortion against them. Why? Because they've been extorting us. They've been taking money from us. You just can't believe the money that they get from the American taxpayer to support everything in Germany. Roads, waterways, our military personnel over there just supporting their businesses. You want to be that against us? Hey, we'll pull out. They'll start getting, when we get to 25% out of there, they'll do anything to stop it. But once the momentum's there and there's no real need for us to be there, what's Trump going to do? Think of the Mideast, and then I'll come back to this in a second. The largest lobby in Washington, D.C. for everybody in this audience's lifetime has been the Israeli lobby. And so they spend the most money on politicians, private organizations, parties, everything, including honeypots, black bag operations, all sorts of spy versus spy stuff, okay? It's just a fact. The second largest has been the Saudi crowds there in Washington, D.C., as far as lobbyists and all that, the official lobbying groups and unofficial. But if you add in the other OPEC countries, working with Saudi Arabia and tag teaming in, they're, easily bigger total than just the Israeli lobby, and they work together. So what are they all working towards? Well, they all want America to spend money to stabilize the neighborhood. And who's actually benefiting? The arms dealers, the gun traders, and the banks. Okay, the Brits primarily, the City of London, the banks within the City of London, the square mile, with their troll taxes for safe movement of oil and things like that. Our military doing the actual work. And so what Trump is doing, he is eliminating all of these locations, whether it's South America with Venezuela as a nexus of terrorism and a lily pad for Iran to work from, or the Mideast with, again, Iran, the biggest sponsor of terrorism across the planet, including financial, and their connections, by the way, to the Vatican. Sorry, it's a fact. The largest outpost for Iran diplomatically, where they had more diplomats in the world, is Italy, tied to the Vatican. Figure that out, okay? So if we stabilize the Mideast by taking the terrorist mullahs out of power in the Mideast, we do that with Maduro and all of the families, crime families in South America, tied to, by the way, our own CIA and Cuba, and we get Cuba under control. A lot of the reason why these lobbyists have a starting place with our politicians to protect everybody and to stop everything. If Trump brings some relative peace to that region, he stops the Israelis from needing all this money all the time and constantly raising the bar, and we're afraid, the nuclear, blah, blah, blah. So what he's doing is eliminating all these reasons for us to have to spend all this money. Now come back to Europe. If we tone it down in Germany, Russia doesn't have the same level of threat. By the way, Russia didn't blow up the pipeline. Russia, part of the agreement, what we told Russia at the end of the Cold War was, why don't you straighten up and fly right, do some commerce with us, go make a buck that way, and stop trying to take over the world with your communism. And glasnost, let's do business. And so they did. They did the investment. They built the pipelines, oil and gas infrastructure to provide oil and gas to Central Europe, including Germany. And right at the outset of this whole Ukraine thing, what happens? The pipeline gets 3/4 blown up. Well, who did that? I can tell you right now, it was the fucking Brits. Okay,
Wow. Brits,
that's
huh?
who did it. It wasn't us. Okay, and it wasn't Russia, for Pete's sakes. They didn't want Germany, who is really they don't want Germany kissing up to Russia at some point in time. They want to cut off that commerce. Now, if we force Germany to straighten up and fly right, and we aren't participating in this threat towards Russia, then Putin can kind of ease up a bit too. And in an age of nuclear, your tripwire is going to be tanks? Seriously? And is 50,000 enough with all that equipment? Not in this particular age, not in an age of lasers and like that, and space-based weaponry. So Trump is de-escalating situations around the world. Look at even this trip over to South Korea and the deal with China. South Korea, have you heard any peeps out of them during this first or the second term? They've been like really quiet. Why? Because they were cooperating. China was using them, and this election thing, it's a big deal. And they're kind of, Trump's made it very clear, don't make me have to come there and deal with something. Even the Taiwan thing. Well, we have to get Taiwan into China. Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Trump isn't taking any guff from anybody, and he's not going to let us get sold down the river and a bunch of this stuff. So he wants to be remembered for all of the bluster and everything else. He wants to be remembered as the president that brought peace to the world and this generation, and de-escalated a lot of these things. It's not going to be permanent, because the bad guys, the globalista, will start to try and do workarounds. They'll try to bring it back up. Trump will take it to a certain point, and he's going to have to hand the baton off. Who's going to pick it up? Who is that next group, that generation? We as a people are going to have to fight through to get not the next Trump. It'd be like saying the next Reagan. There was only one Reagan. There's only one Trump. But the stage will be reset, and then we will, it's a hand of God thing. Who will be that person? I don't think we've actually seen them yet, who is capable of picking up the baton and coming in the wake of what Trump is doing right now. To say that I think is false, because we don't know what the world's fully going to look like and what kind of a person we're going to need at that point in time. Think of it this way. I don't think there's any other leader in America, maybe even in the whole world, who would have had all of the prerequisites, personality, aptitude, age, everything, and health. Trump's never drunk alcohol. He's very careful, even though he's a big guy and likes his hamburger and his cookie once in a while.
And his ice cream.
He's actually in excellent shape. He really is. Everybody knows that. So with that in mind, who could have done what Trump has done? People don't like, because he's got this bluster, this edge that comes from kind of that New Yorker businessman attitude, dealing with very tough, hard business people and getting the right deal, and not holding for anything else. Well, who else really has that in their DNA? They talk tough like a politician. They negotiate, but they do it, like a politician or a businessman with the people's situation. Even from the military standpoint, he hasn't even taken guff from his own military. He tells 800 generals, get your ass over here to Virginia. I want to brief you on something, and I want to make sure y'all understand. And any of you that don't get it, you can hit the road, and don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out, man. Get out of here. And he's, even calling all these generals in the other night. I don't know, since all the way back to Eisenhower, that any other president has pulled in the generals in large meetings in D.C. like he did Monday, and then said, you don't take it secondhand. You don't get it from a memo. You don't get it down through command. You're hearing it right here from me. This is what I want you to do. This is how you're going to do it. Anybody got a problem? Hit the road. Otherwise, straighten up, fly right, and don't let your situation be the one where you're the weak link. If I say go, go.
Yeah.
So it's the way he is, and to imagine someone else being able to step in and fill that role. That's why there's been so many, multiple attempts on his life, etc. Because it isn't the party, it's not a zone, it's him personally. And with that in mind, we haven't seen this run the full gamut yet. The arrests are key, and the attitude of the American people, we're not quite ready for that particular phase yet. We haven't been educated fully on exactly what the threat was and how real it was. Even Todd Blanche over there at Department of Justice, this morning on Maria Bartiromo, her show, which she's doing a fantastic job. If you haven't watched some of her stuff, just go watch a piece of it. She's been fantastic. But she, in interviewing him, he said, that, we have a lot of evidence of things happened at the 2020 election. We just don't know if it was enough to actually overturn the election. Well, I know from people that actually have worked with them that's actually a true statement on his part, at least, over the last, several years, that's exactly how he thinks and operates and believes. But the reality is that just doesn't makes sense. We have fantastic stuff. Tulsi, everybody else agrees. Our conference that we're going to be doing here next month, we'll have the experts in there that have briefed all these people, even in the White House in the last couple of weeks. The people who actually briefed the White House on Virginia and Texas are going to be present to brief us during the technical stuff of the election stuff on Wednesday night. And there should be no question on anybody's part as to whether or not, that 2020 was stolen, let alone a bunch of the other elections. So when Blanche says that, the only other thing I will add, he says we have lots of evidence. I know he's been personally briefed on a lot of this stuff and knows the stuff that's there. I think it's a little bit of a staging thing, waiting for the American people to hear the rest of the stuff, and even the stuff that Trump's going to be releasing, supervising, gets released over the next couple of weeks. That will then be the discussion coming up on 4th of July and immediately after, before we get to the first Justice Department supervised prosecutions and arrests. The main events that most of the people in this audience are looking for, I don't think happens until we get to mid-fall, late fall. And so everybody just take a deep breath. It's not time. We're close. But don't think that anybody's been shortchanged or it's just not ever going to happen or whatever. No, it's an education thing and laying the groundwork. And once we do get there, that is the storm, because you're going to take a bunch of people out of high office and expose a bunch of people in high office for the treasons and frauds which they have been directly involved in, affecting elections, including 2020. So.
Yep. And on that note, everybody in the audience, 2020.
2020, it's not over yet. and there's our laugh. So you got to have some mass humor in here.
Yeah.
Seriously, think about this. How many times we get people around us and then they just want to be so serious? How does that sound, by the way, to some of the young people, where that's the future that they have to look forward to, the venom, the hate, everything else? Look, we got some bad people. I was mentioning, somebody asked me about a particular individual. I says, well, he and I are in the room. Only one of us is coming out alive. And because that person is responsible for very, very many deaths, and it's not Fauci, it was somebody else, and in the intelligence community. It's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
There's no way. But at some other level, how do kids hear us about a future? It's so dark. It's the end of the world. There's nothing to live for. It's going to be total surveillance all the time. We're laying the groundwork to recapture control of the country. The tariffs are returning industry back to America, which means jobs, which means that, high schoolers, kids in college, they're going to look forward to a future 3, 5, 10 years from now where there's not just jobs, they're really cool quality jobs, and not just, mundane types of things, mining jobs that are really cool and interesting. Mining, yeah. Oh my gosh, the stuff that we're going to be doing, and then beyond the Earth, on the moon, asteroids and things like that. Construction jobs. They're not just going to be on the Earth. We're going to build out these space locations, and you'll go to space locations like we go to island paradises today. And that's within the kids' lifetimes that are here right now, not 50 years from now. Probably really, we're not talking, even 20 years out, we'll see the first solid movement there. So regenerating hope for the youth, the stuff that was stolen. When I was growing up, 2001: A Space Odyssey, I have a great sci-fi collection. and what we saw coming and things like that, sci-fi books and magazines, things like that, the stories and all that, reigniting, resparking that period of imagination and hope, and that there's something to look forward to, something beautiful, something important, not this dystopian world that Hollywood has been selling us as our future, with the devil Baal, monitoring us every breath, every move, everywhere we go, the Palantir system, stuff like that. We're going to get this under control before it takes us over and recapture control of all of these systems, and have a life, and that's the goal here. And I think we're actually seeing solid moves in that direction. Even taking China down a few notches, not giving them everything. They're going to have to compete for it, and they're going to have to pay retail for the stuff that they're getting. Not stealing it from us or anybody else anymore. That's this future that we're working towards, and I think there's lots of cause for hope, high expectations, beautiful things, which then lead to young people deciding to marry somebody they love, have their own tribe, enjoy, life, as opposed to you get a puppy and live in your 150 square foot apartment, push around in a baby carriage, into your old age. No, we're actually going to go back to classic American themes and ideals. And on this day, 5/17, where President Trump asked American citizens to come to Washington, D.C. for a day of rededication, prayer, recovenanting in the Pilgrim's Covenant with God for protection, for to build something beautiful out and to have a future and a hope. That's what happened today, and that's where we're going. And this period of time, this Jubilee period between now and the 4th of July, and then July 5th begins really the Jubilee year for America, of things being returned to the American people, the criminals getting chased down, many of them put in jail, the ones that aren't exposed for crap that they've been involved in. They can't walk the streets anymore. This is an amazing moment, and this conference we're doing, we're going to lay a lot of that out. Watch the movie with, Edward Bolsonaro's son, will be there at this event.
Oh wow, awesome!
Yeah, he's committed now. I've got another certain person. Everybody here be stunned if they knew it, but we're working through stuff for this person from security standpoint like that to be present also. Right. And so I don't know if we'll get to announce even before the event if that's going to happen, even if it is going to happen, but something pretty amazing. And then just the speakers in general. Oh my gosh. One thing I think, you saw it when we did the event here a couple months back with the bond thing. What was really important was everybody getting to hang together. We had 100 of us there, and the networking at a personal level, just getting to meet people in person you hadn't met before, spend time with them. That networking is so key. You're going to have that here at this because, it's that kind of a location, that kind of a venue. The speakers aren't disconnected from everybody. They're hanging there with the rest of it and answering questions. It's pretty cool. So it's different than most any other kind of event of this type that occurs anywhere.
Yeah, I'm displaying it right now. And 15 through 17 June, the Ahern Hotel in Vegas. And they're sold out, but you can get a ticket or make reservations at the Sahara or Trump International. So the Sahara is like a block away.
Ahern is sold out as far as the hotel rooms. Sahara's Kitty Corner has great rooms, $89 a night. They give us half price and half off on the resort tax. Same thing at Trump 129 half price, and they gave us half off on the resort tax. So you can stay it out of one of those. The Sahara's just walk across the street. The Trump, you gotta have a ride or whatever to get over there. Uber's 5 minutes away. But the reason that's really important too is, we're doing a full dinner on Monday night. Check-ins like afternoon of Monday the 15th. Full dinner and then the movie. All day on the 16th, a full breakfast, not just a croissant and coffee, real breakfast buffet. And then lunch the same, beautiful salads, sandwiches, quality food. The catering at the Ahern is considered in the top 10 in Vegas. They do a fantastic job. And then a nice dinner. Same thing on Wednesday. We were only going to do breakfast and lunch. And I was going to do a breakout session on the mechanics of the vote fraud. And as we got into it further and further, I thought everybody wanted to go home because it's just too boring. It's too detailed. Because I got the guys that briefed the White House, that briefed Tulsi, that briefed all the people over at Homeland Security. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens. I got those guys presenting and that were there at the White House even just a week ago. Again, presenting to the attorneys and others on the Virginia vote and Texas and all that. So those are the quality of people that are going to be there presenting on that Wednesday night. Okay. And Wednesday afternoon too. So we added a full dinner then. Even after, we named it at $350 for the whole thing. You're getting 7 full meals in Vegas included in the price. I don't know if you can go out for 2 or 3 meals in Vegas for that kind of money, let alone,
Really not.
and then, with great food. And then the other thing is that when we announced this, we didn't have the movie. You're getting to see the premiere of what is going to be one of the breakout movies of the year. If you like Sound of Freedom, you'll like this every bit as much. And we're doing that, and there's no extra anything.
And I think that because we did that Sound of Freedom, all of us influencers, and we went out and pushed it. Sound of Freedom was the highest grossing independent film ever.
Well, and let me just say this. See, that's why I was approached. Could I assist? Would I assist?
Yeah.
And we had already scheduled this event, and I said, well, best place is right here with these folks. These are the people that made that. I don't, my personal opinion, I don't think that Sound of Freedom would have been anywhere near the way that everybody, media and all that would have treated it. They would have treated it as a B movie, and it had been there for a week or two, feel good on it and gone. And they'd have pushed it out there as fast as they could. The fact, when I went to a Sound of Freedom screenings, and I talked to people at different times, there was many of the people said, I haven't been to a movie in decades. They just don't go to the theater anymore because it just wasn't, the stuff that was being offered, and they just didn't want to. But it was an important enough a movie, and people talked about it enough that people who hadn't darkened a theater in a long time came and had a tremendous experience and enjoyed it. And I will say this, the cut of the movie that I showed there in Vegas and other cities around the country was the cut that Mel Gibson did. That was the edit that he did. They cut 14 minutes out of the movie before they got it into the theaters in the regular release, for all sorts of reasons. I personally liked the cut that we got to see. I think it was perfect. This is the editor's cut on Dark Horse. And so you're seeing the one not necessarily exactly the same as what it'll be when it finally hits the theaters. But one of the things that's part of the consideration, I've got the producers, directors, the promoter present. As we talk about this out into the public, and I do think I'll be showing it a couple other times over the course of the summer at other locations, that will have an impact on what the final cut looks like. And I want our audience to have a part in that because, again, I don't think people are as short attention span as maybe some of these people might think, just pushing it through, get the popcorn sold, get the next group in. You know, I want to see, I want to see the movie, the whole script, the way it was presented, the editor's perfect cut. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, very good. So I got I was showing out where you were talking about it. I got JMac News here, JMac or JenniferMac.com. And of course, man, you got some nice new coins over there at your site, Gumroad.
Yeah, we've got, you know, the JFK to DJT coin, the moon launch. And of course, the reason that's important, that's about industrialization of America moving back into a stolen history for America and this beautiful, you know, moving forward for the kids and like that. And I've done all the coins. How are people going to remember this moment in history? When the kids talk about it out in the future, you have trinkets, you got a little cloth here and there, shirt or whatever. The coins, because they have real value, they'll get kept around. They'll get showcased. When the kids ask about them later or receive them as gifts and things like that, there's a story behind each of them. And so with that in mind, we did a pre-sale on Tina Peters' coin. She's such an iconic figure in this whole thing. And whether it's remoting in or there in person, which I actually think that we'll probably get that pulled off, we're honoring Tina Peters. We're dedicating this whole conference to her. She's a very close friend of Jen and mine, and so we'll be, you know, I think pretty intricately involved in what happens to get her back on track and you know, functional again. But down the road, how will people remember this? You know, people have no concept almost right now, because we have so many things pushing on us, just how pivotal her work was in what she did. And then you think of all the counties around the country, 2,500 counties, and only a couple of people. There's some people in other counties, but none of them quite as demonstrative or direct or precise as what Tina did in making a before and after, before Dominion got in there and changed around the guts of the computers, the vote counting machines. Do you know that was Tina's before and after images that were used when Trump had personal emissaries go and talk with the people that stole the elections? And that was the material that they used. Show me how this was done. Where's it at in this data? How did you do this? And show me where the artifacts are that I can, you know, see and prove that what you're telling me is true.